hit the live button. Okay, it says we're live.
See
Let's
when
let
it
people
pops up.
filter in. We should only be about. I just realized on OBS it actually says how far ahead we are of YouTube. We should only be about 8 seconds ahead.
Okay.
I just discovered that. So
It's kind of, if people are listening in, it's kind of hard to ask them for like how the sound is because they might not even be like watching the chat at the moment. They
yeah,
might be doing something else, and then they realize, oh, maybe I should respond. So it's kind of hard to like get an estimate of.
That's why I'm gonna wait about a minute and let people filter in. As usual, if you guys in the chat can hear us, type poodles. Let us know before we start again. Hopefully it will work this time. But if it dies again, I'm just gonna we're gonna wait to do this another day. But I don't know. So far everything's looking good. Even YouTube says there's an excellent connection. OBS says the connection is excellent, and Discord says the connection's excellent. So
I see
we've
poodles in
got some
chat.
poodles. So looking good so far. Maybe it's finally gonna work. Fingers crossed. Okay, we got a lot of poodles. So yeah, actually, we're about 20 seconds ahead of the chat according to OBS. Not that bad. That's actually better than it has been. It's been like we've been like a minute to 2 minutes ahead of the chat for the like the last few weeks we've done this. Huddles.
Poodles. Okay, I'll link the stream key.
Hopefully,
Welcome
this
to
is the
Meal
last
Time.
time you have to link it today.
Yeah. Okay, someone did it already,
Okay, cool.
so I don't need to do it
No
another time.
issues yet. Even YouTube, because normally by now YouTube would be saying like no data, even though my connection everywhere else was fine. So far, YouTube is holding up. So okay, I think I am confident enough to start. Everyone seems like they can hear us. The connection seems like it's holding.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
guess we can just
everyone.
start.
Now, let's see. What did that take us? Like 45 minutes to get it to
Yeah.
work? Jeez. I apologize to everyone who had to constantly join the new streams because it kept cutting out. I understand how annoying that is. It's annoying for me too, having to find out what the hell's going on. And
It's annoying for everyone because I have to say the intro like
yeah,
three or
well,
four
I
times.
don't even think you finished saying the intro. Yeah, the last time it cut out, it just completely ejected us from live streaming. YouTube was just like, nope, you can't stream anymore, and it just shut the whole thing off without me even doing anything. So it got to a point where YouTube just was just like, no, sorry, bye. But everything seems to finally be going okay. So I guess if you
Okay.
want to do your intro again,
Yeah.
hopefully
Okay.
you'll get through it in one piece this time.
Okay. Quick. Welcome to this week's Lorecast. Hopefully we can keep going for a while. If something happens, we're both kind of fed up, so we'll just do it another day. But besides that, we'll have the same deal as last week, where we will discuss some topics. We might go off topic, but I'll try to see if I can rein us in. And feel free to ask questions might have, and if it's like very relevant, or you want to have some clarity on what we're talking about, please ask them in the chat, and I'll see if I can read them. At the end of the stream, we'll have a Q&A like we always do, and then you can ask anything. There's like I'll read up anything that is interesting, and not just like a joke or whatever. And yeah, so today we're gonna talk about a few things. We're probably gonna start with the fairies because I've seen a lot of people ask about them and what they are and their the lore around them. So I think that's a good place to start, and eventually we'll try to get to the Stalfos because, as you guys know, the next factions coming up are the Sheikah and the Stalfos. So it's pretty exciting stuff.
Hopefully your whole intro got through because YouTube's already starting to have problems. But
Yeah,
we'll
and
keep
to get
going
through it.
until a bunch of people in the chat actually say they can't hear us. So
So yeah, as I said before the stream, ejected us. now that you finally got to the fairies, and I know you weren't that satisfied with their, I guess how they were portrayed in Total War, and are you happy with how they turned out thus far,
Yeah,
at least?
I wouldn't say they're perfect. Obviously, some of their things still are not working exactly how I want, like the way they gather resources, but that kind of depends on the zero AD people at this point, or EXO, but I don't think EXO is working on that kind of stuff right now. So um,
Mm.
they're currently my favorite faction though. I really loved how they turned out. There's already a lot of bugs though that the patrons reported, so I already have to fix things that broke.
I haven't had the chance to yet, but they look really fun. The thing is, they aesthetically they look cool, but the fairies are really not my type of faction. If that makes like I never been much of the naturalist in RTS especially. Which is funny because I did main the night elves in Warcraft, but I wouldn't really call them as you know abstract as the fairies though. But
No,
it's
I'd say the fairies are more abstract than night
yeah.
elves.
I I noticed that some people were like kind of surprised with some of the tech descriptions. You want to talk about that?
Oh, I haven't seen that. Go ahead. I had a lot of
I
fun with their techs.
just
Uh-oh.
uh,
Your voice is cutting out and you're turning into a robot. So the stream might eject us again. Um Everyone in the audience, if you can yeah, YouTube says no data, so it's gonna cut out again. Everyone in the audience, if you can hear Deox and I,
just write
Poodles.
poodles whenever it's buffering and we come back up. Just say poodles so that we know that everything is okay. Yeah, going okay. That's like the most helpful thing you can do. Is just say poodles. Then we know that after a hiccup,
Poodles.
then we know. Yeah. So whenever there's a hiccup in the stream, just literally type spam chat with poodles.
All
Then
right. Well,
we'll
I'm
know.
I'm getting poodles, so I think YouTube is just I don't know. There's some demons in YouTube that are teasing me right now. Oh, someone else said robot yes. I mean, you sound fine to me now, so maybe it was just a hiccup. I apologize. Every time there's a tiny little hiccup, I'm gonna be like, the stream's dying. All right.
uh,
Anyway, you were talking about the tech descriptions.
yeah. So I actually didn't get an example of which ones they were talking about, but I got the general idea of it, and a question arose that all the deep lore is kind of slowly making its way into the actual game, and it doesn't just exist on the wiki or in the streams or whatever. And I'm just feeling like, is that something you're probably gonna do in the future when it's relevant? Like to like kind of add the more symbolic and deep lore
Yeah.
into the descriptions. Yeah.
Dark Souls style.
I mean, I think because I made the argument because it was an interesting question, and I made the argument that I think it's a good thing overall because then it might intrigue some people, so they go and look for answers. And I want to remind everyone, for those that do know, for some reason we are really crazy, and this project has a very, very extensive wiki that you can go and visit. Just go and search Isle Conquest wiki, and you'll get it.
I'll go ahead and post the wiki in the chat.
Yeah,
I'll get a link to it.
Obviously there's some stuff out there that's outdated, some stuff that needs to to be revised, and some pages that are missing, but it's pretty extensive. So if there's any character or thing you want to read more about, I suggest going to the wiki. And if there are any other questions, you can feel free to DM me on Discord, and I'll see if I can answer it. But yeah, that's the descriptions. I think that's I agree. I think it's a good idea to kind of like you said, Dark Souls, just allude to that. There's more going on than just wimp with insect wings flying around, right? And I think that's
probably why I like the fairies. They're very abstract.
they are, but at the same time, because this is Zelda, right? So everyone has sort of their own interpretation of what the fairies were, because we're not really given any like kind of idea of what they are in canon Zelda, right? So everyone has like their own interpretation of what they are.
Yeah, I mean, if they're anything like real world fairies, and they seem to kind of be the same in Nintendo canon because they're found in ruins and rubble and stuff like that. They're basically a fragmented hierarchy of the past that's been fragmented and scattered across the world.
Mm. And
Um,
I,
uh, they're wild principles basically with no direction.
yeah, I mean, and I jokingly said last week because I remember this question and someone said, how do you get to Tarm? And I was like, go and take a nap. And I mean that's true. And if you think about the implications of that and what that means, obviously there's the connotation to dreams, and dreams are very chaotic.
Yes.
They are extremely chaotic, and you'd know that especially if you ever kept a dream journal. I actually kept one for 5 years, more than probably more. And if you actually sit down one day, wake up, and you remember your dreams and write them down, they make no sense. They're absolutely crazy. There's a lot of interesting stuff that you can get from them, though, and I think that's kind of what the fairies kind of are in a sense. That they are this very they're principles without a hierarchy. It's just kind of chaotic, but there's still meaning there,
Yeah,
even
well,
if it's not
especially
apparent.
Nephi fairies because they are to some degree still in a hierarchy. There's something at the top of it that kind of organizes them. I mean, they're called the fairies of Tarm. They're not just
Yeah,
wild fair. I mean, there are wild fairies, but yeah,
yeah, and I guess that ties into because I know a lot of people were disappointed that Tarm doesn't make an appearance
I
in a very
mean,
direct
you see
sense.
Tarm every time you play the game,
Yeah,
so yeah, Tarm does make an
and then,
appearance.
I mean,
It's kind of
yeah,
like a Bellum situation where like I don't know if I can properly encapsulate this in a way that makes sense or is balanced.
yeah, and like we've said before, the game is essentially the lore trumps gameplay. So if something doesn't make sense for the gameplay, it probably won't be there. And I think Tarm, yeah, it would be weird. Kind of like having a unit that is representative of Tarm would kind of ruin what Tarm is. Uh,
Sort well, even when I did kind of have like a hero unit based around Tarm, it was an essence of Tarm. It wasn't even like Tarm, if you know what I mean.
yeah,
It's like a
yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
more like a window into Tarmishness.
Tarm.
Tarmishness.
I mean,
If you're Gnostic, obviously that makes
yeah,
a lot of more.
yeah, yeah. I mean, and that actually raised another question that I saw someone talk about. Would you say that the fairy, and this ties may also ties into the overall theme of this lorecast? Would you say that the fairies are alive?
Are a lie or alive?
Alive.
Yeah, it depends on your definition of live, of course. If you're going by a modern scientific definition where it's a biological organism that needs these 7 bullet points, then no, they're not. But as you probably know, in ancient culture, the definition of what's alive is a little more broad.
Yeah, yeah. And I think when most people ask, "Oh, are the fairies even alive? Like, are they even real?" I assume they mean it in a very modern, literal sense, unless specified.
Yes and no.
It's like the best
The
answer, like the best bullshit answer to everything. Yes, but no.
Because if you go back in time when you go to somewhere in medieval Europe and you ask someone, is the city alive? They'll say, yes, the city's alive. But
Mm.
obviously, to a modern biologist, that would make their head hurt and be like, no, a city's not alive. It's inanimate. And it's like, well, it's not organic. It doesn't have all the same arbitrary bullet points that you've attached to your definition of life. But to an
Yeah,
ancient person, a city's alive. It has body. It's composed of components, not the same components as an organic creature. It doesn't have a brain and lungs in the same way that we do, but a city has
Yeah, yeah.
it has body. It's composed of people and structures, and it has a physical.
It has essence. I
Yeah,
think.
well, the essence goes beyond the body, but yeah, you
Yeah,
have, and then you have the spirit of the city, things like the laws and the culture and the language, and a city has an identity. The fact that you can even call it a city like proves that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing that because ideas are alive in a sense,
Yeah.
but they don't even necessarily have a body that we can even kind of experience. But we do. I think a good example of that is memes, which is a modern like equivalent. Memes are they're alive in a way because honestly they kind of are very similar to viruses.
Yes.
With,
Hello. I think you might have
hello.
cut out. Oh no, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah. Okay.
Someone in the
Yeah.
chat said, Neff, I get the feeling you're not a huge fan of the mechanistic view of the universe. I'm really happy you used the word mechanistic because I actually think that's a very accurate way, but of describing it. But no, it's not that I'm against the mechanistic viewpoint. I just don't think it's not the way humans actually interact with the world. The mechanistic kind of description of the universe is the nicest way I can put it is it's secondary to human experience.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm not a fan of it. I think it's a mistake to say that this is the objective primary way that the universe can be understood. And it's like, no, you need you need artificial tools to even construct a mechanistic view of the universe. So there's already a layer of filter between your human senses and the information you're gathering.
Honestly, a good example of that is just the humanities in general in academia, where like you can let's say you're studying a culture that is very far removed from your own, or you're studying a culture within a specific context, be that space or time, right? You can be very mechanical about it, and you can analyze their resource usage, what kind of sort of political system they had, all these very apparent things that are very easy to put into neat little boxes that we have, right? And then you have the other side of of the field, which is the understanding of mentalities, and that's when you're getting into what how another way of looking at the world, truly trying to understand and interpret how did these people actually interact with the world,
Yeah.
because that is still important, right? You want to know how did these people perceive the sun, right? That's still relevant. But if you're just being completely, if you have a very mechanical approach, then it's very easy to miss those things. It's the same way that and here's the thing in academia, especially in early humanities, people were quite mechanical in their approach. We researched specific events and resources, wars. Obviously, there were outliers, but now in the humanities, we've shifted towards the more symbolic, the more trying to rediscover a way to interpret and understand and comprehend how people in different cultural and temporal contexts understood the world. And that's the same thing. There are two sides here. Bringing this back to the universe thing, there are two sides to see the world in, or there are multiple, but primarily there are two kind of approaches to it. And I think both are valuable. You can't like skip one or the other.
Yeah, it's basically the difference between heaven and earth.
Yeah, exactly. That's the heaven of the earth. Basically, what that means is that there are two sides to how to look at the world, and you can enjoy one or the other, but you can't. They on their own, they might be useful, but I think you gain something more if you kind of combine them.
Yeah, the problem with the mechanistic view, and it was actually John Vervaeke who pointed this out, and he for those that don't know, I'm John Vervaeke. He's this not a cyberneticist. He basically is I guess he's a professor technically, but I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on what he does. He's a very, very smart guy that works at a university and is tied to cybernetic intelligence. But he basically pointed out that humans actually do not experience the world and live in the world in a mechanistic way. So the entire like scientific categories and everything is completely alien to the way the human mind works. It's completely artificial, and there's nothing really wrong with that viewpoint. It should not be the primary way that the world's interpreted. At least I don't think so. And it makes sense. Most people, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but most people are kind of on the level of peasants. Like most people are not academics. They're never gonna explore, the depths of space. They're not gonna need the knowledge of all these insane mechanical devices to travel the like even our technological society now, no one knows how cars work except for people that dedicate their lives to that. Like, no one knows how to build a car except for a select group of people.
Yeah.
They don't have the technical knowledge of how the car works. They all they need to know is the meaning of the car. It gets me from point A to point B. It's a beast basically.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same. It's the same, and you see this all the time. For example, depictions of the solar system, how rigid and simplified it is. But even then, I would say a lot of people actually wouldn't actually understand that they are not neatly ordered in a line, right?
I know that's the funniest thing ever. The whole the whole flat Earth thing. It's like, okay, the Earth is a globe, but we still use 2D maps, and they get us around perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's the same. Like, you can really blow up someone's mind when you show them like diagram of the solar system, and you tell them, yeah, actually, while we like to say that Mars is the planet after Earth, the planet that's closest to Mars on a regular basis is Mercury, and that's just blow people's minds.
Yeah,
because they don't realize that.
and
that's the same. It's the same thing, really. But yeah, bringing this back to the fairies, there was an actual.
Yeah, we already went off topic.
Yeah, that was actually that was an interesting question. So Partystep asked, I just looked through the actor viewer. Why do fairies lose their wings when they die? I bet there's a meaning behind that.
Yes. Wings traditionally, okay. I think one day I really am gonna do that series where I kind of like go through the bullet points of ancient cosmology, because I feel like it really would help. If I could just be like, go watch this video and it'll explain this thing. But in ancient cosmology, all of reality is basically divided into two things, and that would be heaven and earth. You see it in all the cultures. And by heaven and earth, I mean the material, all the things you could see, which would be earth, and the heavenly, which is all the invisible things like mathematics, ideas, abstract stuff, words, speech. And generally, ancient cultures, they kind of had this hierarchy of, what's the way to describe it? There's basically a hierarchy. On the bottom, you have earth itself. You have all, rocks and earth and stuff. And then you go up one level and you have water, which is kind of solid, but it's fluid and it's kind of transparent. It's not as opaque and clear as the earth. And then above water, you have air, which you can't see, but you can feel. And then above that, you have fire and light and things that generate light. I'm already probably confusing people. I apologize. But anyway, the reason things that are spirit in nature have wings is because of that kind of hierarchy of that cosmological hierarchy I just described. And I probably lost everyone, so I'll
No, I
know you know what I'm saying, but
yeah, I think in a simple way to understand the symbolism behind wings, at least to some degree, is that due to the hierarchy and what air is and what air represents, wings represent movement and they're able to navigate through air.
Yes,
it's movement essentially. And when you lose those wings, you're making a very symbolic statement that you are taking away the ability of movement. And what happens if there's a bird, right, and you take off its wings, it's gonna plummet to the earth.
Yep.
So that is essentially what that means. It's like, but don't go out and take off wings of birds, please.
No, don't. I guess I could go one step further and have the fairies turn into stone.
Yes.
that would really hammer the message home.
And that happens.
That does happen to the light spirits though in Hyrule Conquest. Latone and Lanayru, they turn to stone. Their spirit can no longer manifest through the air through speech.
So Partysap follows up with, so basically in Hyrule Conquest lore, light, shadow, and spirit are closer to heaven or represent heaven, and forest, fire, and water represent earth.
Not well. If I'm gonna compare it to actual ancient cultures, it's not. It's actually darkness is actually so with the earth, and that is because of the way humans experience material things. Material things very literally block light, whereas light is associated with the heavens because light can actually travel through open space. So I'm probably losing people. And also YouTube is saying the connection died, so let's give it a few seconds and make sure it's just a hiccup or not. Huh?
Big up poodles.
Hiccup poodles. Okay, we're already getting poodles, so they might not be that far behind. I think they're only like 10 seconds behind. Anyway, what was I saying? There's actually a really, really good book on this, which if I ever do that series of videos, I'll recommend the book. It's called The Language of Creation, and it's a book that goes over this entire cosmology and everything. It's really, really good. In fact, I actually have it on my desk right here. I haven't read it in a while, but
I think it's important though to mention that if you go into if like what the babble we're talking about makes you interested in symbolic language, it's important to note that there are always exceptions, right? And it goes with everything. There's always an inversion or a subversion somewhere of that idea. It happens all the time. Like you start to see a pattern, and then inevitably someone broke that pattern.
And that would be a marginal figure. That would be something that exists on the margins, and it's usually represented by a hybrid, because it's not clear what the category of the being is, so it's like a hybrid.
But it's like there are certain things that will make you scratch your head. You have an eureka moment, and you're like, oh, so there's a pattern. The sun is usually associated with the masculine and the moon the feminine, and then you find a culture that had it the other way around, and you're like, wait, what?
All symbols can be inverted.
Yeah, that's important.
Which it's funny because yesterday we were all talking about Shrek, which is like the ultimate inversion story. Like it's literally every symbol is completely flipped in that. It's which is probably why it's so funny.
And but here's the thing, and as my professor said regarding those inversions, is that it's kind of funny because it reminds what you said. Don't be focused on the pebbles, because that is not the important part. Like, let's say the sun and the moon. Okay, they might be reversed, but the idea is the same, that we assign our human genders to celestial bodies. That idea is still the same. So the pattern is not broken. There's an inversion, but the pattern is the same, and that is important to take away from this. So, like, whenever because I've seen people when we talk about it in the chat, like, oh, well, this culture had a different view. That might be, but that's not really relevant. What's relevant is to see if it's a similar pattern on the higher up on the hierarchy. And the celestial bodies one is like an example of that. In Norse myth, the sun is associated with femininity and the moon with masculinity, but that doesn't matter, because the idea is the same, that the culture assigns genders to celestial bodies, and that's the core idea. So there might be inversions, and this goes for everything, right? There might be inversions for like every symbolic object.
Inversion seems to be an inevitable thing that happens. Especially like there's cultures that have actually made inversions like part of their rituals and stuff, because I think they eventually realized, okay, everything becomes inverted at some point. That's basically the point of carnivals.
Yeah. Oh, someone had I'm gonna have a heyday. Eclipses. Oh. There are very many different interpretations of what eclipse means? How there's
Gnosis.
a yeah, I was about to say that's the
Yeah.
fundamental idea. That's the fundamental idea, and that gnosis might take different shapes, but it's always inherently gnosis. It's the two celestial bodies joining together, and sometimes
It is,
it's
yeah,
described.
Gnosis.
Yeah, sometimes it's described as it might be different forms of gnosis. It's not always, a sexual thing or a thing connected to love or marriage. Sometimes it's, uh, associated with two forces blending together. So always gnosis, usually. Uh, and if there are and there are exceptions to that, even to that phenomena and how it's tied to gnosis, but usually it's a different context, if that makes sense. But when we're just talking about two bodies joining together, usually.
Well, when anything
Uh,
joins together, but still are distinct entities, it's Gnosis,
yeah,
basically.
yeah. I mean, even Gnosis itself, and we've said it, we've talked about it on the stream a lot. What Gnosis actually is, what it represents, is very difficult to pinpoint.
It does also slightly depend on because Gnosis for Gnostics is not the same as Gnosis for Christians. They're
Yeah,
actually, it's a little bit different, and I can guarantee it's different in other. It's like, it's the same kind of framework, but the result of it is a little different depending on.
but that's like a main thing you learn in compared to religion. If you go into that like field of study, is that don't be too focused on the pebbles and just
Yeah.
look for the main
Thank you,
patterns.
Majora.
Yeah, like the big patterns is what matters, because people are always going to make inversions. Sometimes there's not even like a sense of purpose behind the inversion. It's just some bastard that wanted to do something different.
Well, that I
Uh,
actually suspect the purpose of inversion is to invite new information into a static system.
yeah,
I
yeah,
suspect that's the purpose of it. When a body or an identity or a system becomes too static and it's falling apart, it inevitably creates inversion. So I suspect that's why cultures would have carnivals and things like that, where they'd suspend the rules for a little while, and people would go a little bit crazy and it basically stops people from going insane.
I
So
mean there are.
huh?
I think the best example of like celestial gnosis is like a few myths always tend to say that whenever there's an eclipse, new stars are born. It's like the most direct example
New
of.
principles have come
Yeah,
about.
exactly right. And that's a very reoccurring thing. But yeah, again, like the patterns is what is important. The bigger patterns. There will always be like asterisks to every symbol. It's like, yeah, this means this, but exception, 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 and that obviously those exceptions can be interesting in a vacuum. Like you said, you can argue that it was an attempt to invite in new information. It might have some other motive behind it, but ultimately it has the same, I guess, agenda. It's not really the right term, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm not
Uh,
necessarily saying that's the motivation behind who or whatever is creating the inversion. I'm saying in
the
the
grander
grand
scale.
scheme of
Yeah.
the cosmos, I think that's the purpose. Again, I'm not actually saying with certainty that this is the purpose of inversion. I suspect that is the purpose of inversion, is to it basically, inversion happens when things are going wrong, and it's almost like a self-correcting. It's like blood, using blood to coagulate a wound, basically.
Yeah.
Something like that. Maybe that's not a good example, but that's my theory as to the purpose of inversion. And of course, when the Enlightenment came around and they started getting rid of all the carnivals and inversion festivals, everyone started going insane. And the inversion started manifesting in more extreme ways.
Oh yeah. So bringing this again back to the fairies. Um, how would you say? Because I think people know about it. It's not really a spoiler, but the nature of the fairies and how they appear to the physical state of the world. Like when I say, it, like
Oh, you're
state of.
going robot on me. Well,
No, no.
I'm sure it's just a hiccup. Yeah, we've
Is
made
it?
it 34 minutes without the stream dying, so we're doing good so far. I think that
Okay.
was just a
Am I?
hiccup because I can hear you fine
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. Because
Poodles,
we talked
everyone.
about this. Yeah, we talked about this before on how the fairies' appearance, like the actual physical appearance they take, and what you, if you were in Hyrule, would perceive, changes depending on several factors.
That was actually I was talking earlier about my idea for the trailer, and it does have to do with that.
Ooh,
The trailer for
spicy.
I had an idea like 2 weeks ago for how I was gonna do the fairy and labyrinth trailer, and it does involve the appearance that you're talking about and how it's a little different.
I mean, I'm the most like surface level, or I guess surface.
Wow, okay, you're really turning into a robot on me now. I you're gonna have to repeat that. I didn't hear
Oh
that.
yeah. Now, okay, so the most like surface expression of that idea with the fairies is the seasons, right? So as the
Yes.
seasons cycle through, they change with it. Uh, that's not everything that changes, obviously, but that's a very like good way to kind of grasp that idea. And I remember you made the example that uh, obviously neighboring and other civilizations, how the state they're in affect the fairies as well.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let's just say this is a kind of a small scale example. Let's say the rocks and the trees embody the ideas of the fairies. Um, if you see the rocks and the trees in good health and you coexist with the rocks and the trees fine, then the fairies are going to be friendly. However, if you see the rocks and the trees is an obstacle to your being and is just raw resources to destroy and use to your own whims, the fairies are going to want to bite your face off.
sounds familiar? No, we're not.
I just want to
It's
double check with the chat, but Poodles, because YouTube was giving me a bunch of warnings for a second there. Just want to make sure you guys can hear Deox and I fine. I think we're like a minute ahead of everyone though, so yeah, we're probably a minute ahead of everyone. Oh no, we're not a minute. We're less than a minute ahead because I'm already saying Poodles. Anyway,
okay.
someone pointed out. So the fairies just spirits. Yes, that is the most simplistic. I don't know if simplistic is the word I'd use, but you can view fairies as spirits. That's completely that is
I,
completely valid. That's a valid way
oh,
of looking at them. Of
and I
course,
think it's
I would put an asterisk or a little bullet point. What do you mean by spirit?
I think it's important to note the close association spirit has with wind in
Yes.
general.
Well,
I think that's
look up
important.
the etymology of the word spirit.
Yeah.
It's wind.
Uh, and again, when reinforcing this idea that we were talking about earlier, it's about movement.
my
And it's
my um my fiance actually pointed out something I never noticed before. But we were talking earlier about the wings, and beings with wings are connected to spirits, and spirits are connected with the atmosphere or whatever. One reason the fairies have bug wings and not bird wings is because they don't fly quite as high. They're closer to the earth.
yeah.
They're spirits of the earth. I never noticed that. That was awesome. Anyway,
The patterns.
I can't remember what we were talking about before that thought entered my head. What were you saying before I
Wind
got
and
distracted
spirit.
by the bug wings?
How relating to what we talked about earlier, how spirit is also associated with movement, hence
Yes.
wind,
Oh yeah,
right?
that was it. Yeah, like as an example, say I'm talking to you, and okay, first of all, the etymology of the word spirit. Spirit means wind, more specifically breath, like breathing out wind, which is connected to things like speaking and communication. So spirit is, say I have a conversation with you, I'm talking to you, and you're hearing my words and you're talking back to me, and we're changing our perspectives on the worlds from that. I'm changing things about you without using any obvious physical force. I'm not punching you. I'm not taking a sword out and threatening you. I'm using words. I am altering the world through something that at least doesn't seem material. That's what spirit is. Like,
Yes.
That's what spirit is. It's actually more simple than a lot of modern people make it out to be.
And
It's not like I mean you can use something ghostly to represent spirits in an image form, but spirit is just the subtle ways of information changing the world that doesn't have a clear physical component. And it's usually
there's also
connected with speaking.
this like idea that if spirits are able to manifest itself in a way that you are physically able to pursue it, it's a bad thing. It's not a good thing at all.
Yeah, it usually is a bad thing anyway.
Yeah, spirits are meant
Then
to
you've
be.
gotten into the idea of possession.
Yeah, spirit is meant to be something you don't really notice. It's always there, like the wind, but you're not supposed to notice it, or at least it shouldn't have a very big impact.
Well,
That's why the symbolism of like a storm or a hurricane is different from simply wind or a
yeah,
breeze.
yeah. Again,
They're
it's
related.
connected with talking and speech.
Yeah, they are related concepts, but they are fundamentally different in what they represent. Uh, and
Well,
you could say
depending
that.
on the culture, I could see a hurricane as the speech of something much larger.
Yeah, I mean,
The
relating this back
spirit
to the
of
fairies,
something very large and unhappy.
and yeah, relating this back to the fairies, talking about how how a civilization sees the tree and the rock. The the fairies have has a very obvious impact on the world, or they have the ability to, which kind of gives you a bit of insight in how the state of the world.
The interesting
Yeah,
thing about the fairies, at least in Nephi canon, is the causality is kind of blurry. It's like, are the
yeah,
fairies caused or do the fairies cause? It's
yeah.
not actually clear where the causality is. It's kind of like this interesting feedback loop thing going on with the fairies and the world.
A lot of principalities are like that.
But yeah,
It's
as my fiance pointed out, a lot of principles are like that. It's kind of hard to determine where the causality of things
oh
are.
this is
I
another.
know you. I know you disagree. You're like, no, it's humans, but
Yeah. No, I mostly noticed a very interesting question in the chat. Are wings also not loosely collected, I assume, associated to alchemy, changing form from a solid
yes,
state to a gaseous state? Yes, yes,
yes,
yes,
yes, it is.
yes.
I
Super
am not
yes.
as well versed in alchemy as it sounds like Deox is, though. I've only done like a cursory study of it because it's kind of obscure, and I do suspect alchemy is just a dead end. But yeah, that I don't even think you need to know alchemy to see like yeah, collecting wings would connect to the changing of states, and especially like yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, I just launched a
Uh,
word salad there.
I'm not gonna go into alchemy because it's extremely obtuse and dumb in a lot of ways. I love it though, but yeah, you're right. It's very, very connected. Uh, Again, and the reason why that's apparent in alchemy at all is because of probably because of the larger pattern and how humans what we associate with wings. And I'd also, since we're on the top of the wings and how it's associated with movement, that is also why it's also associated with freedom. And there's this very core idea in how we humans, when we see birds and we see things that are able to move freely through the air, we associate it with freedom while we are stuck here. It's a very core concept in a lot of human cultures.
Oh, now
Which
you're
is
sounding very Gnostic.
uh,
We must
it's not
transcend our materialism.
it's not a Harl Conquest stream without me having some, inserting some Gnostic propaganda.
I'm fine. I'm fine with the with Gnosticism creeping in because it's just funny to me because I'm not a Gnostic at all, but I do think there's a lot of really helpful things in kind of the Gnostic I guess worldview, except for the main worldview of Gnostics, which is everything is evil. Well, I guess it
I,
depends on the
I,
Gnostics, but
on the topic there, I would say I meme about Gnosticism, but I would say and I meme that I am a Gnostic, but it's if I were just to clear up, because I see people like, oh, especially Looper, like Gnostic Diox, but I am a titular Gnostic in the sense that I think that it's very good to acknowledge the like the state of reality, and then sort of kind of accept the fact that it's not anything you can do with it. It's important to get, so it's important. It's a sect of Gnosticism that says that, yeah, there is knowledge to be had in understanding and studying the abstract and acknowledging it. However, it doesn't have any purpose in a sense of transcending it. But it's important to acknowledge it, and that's kind of where I am with it. It's like, yeah,
that
sure,
is a very that's like a heresy of a heresy.
Isn't that great?
It's like an inverted heresy.
I love it.
Yeah, most Gnostics would be like, that's heresy, which is funny because Gnosticism is a heresy of the early Christianity, so that's really funny. It's like a heresy of a heresy.
It's like a cynical approach to Gnosticism, and I love it. Like, yeah, sure.
Cynical Gnostic. Gnostics already are cynical.
I'm even more cynical because I don't believe there's
you
way
like
to...
double back on yourself and me become practical again.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Actually,
I feel like we're probably way off topic now, though.
I'll just add one more thing. There's another level to that approach to Gnosticism, which says that you have to. There's value in understanding reality and the world and your place in it, but the ultimate goal is not transcending the current, like the reality of existence. It's understanding what it is and how limited it is, and then reject that you can ascend, because then you ultimately, basically the idea, to paraphrase, when you reach the higher understanding of how reality works, you go back again and you're like, nah, I don't want to ascend. That's like the ultimate. That's the heresy of a heresy of a heresy.
Yeah, I don't think I would classify that as Gnostic. That's like, I don't even know how to. That's definitely on the margin for me.
Yeah,
in terms of worldview.
It's a heresy of a heresy of a heresy.
That's
amazing.
That's really okay. I think we've gotten off topic. It's like that's starting to hurt my brain now. I don't even think we've talked about necromancy yet.
No, we'll get to it. But I mean,
what were we talking about before we went off on Gnosticism?
Freedom.
Okay, yeah. We were talking about spirits and the nature of spirits and stuff like that.
Someone said in the chat, free as a bird and grounded in reality. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Again, yeah, as Neff said, it's a very Gnostic idea, but it's also very, even if it leans towards Gnosticism, it's an idea that you will find again and again.
Yeah, it's not a unique. Well, again, what do you mean by free? Do you mean free as in the freedom to transmit your identity?
I would say radical freedom, because the core.
Okay, yeah. If you mean freedom in the sense of no boundaries, then yeah, that's Gnostic. But
yeah.
If you mean freedom, like I have the freedom to manifest my identity beyond myself, then that is not. That's an idea that goes beyond, that predates and goes beyond Gnosticism. That's spirits in general. Spirits, basically, they can propagate their identities really easily because they're not bound to anything. Their body is whatever embodies them.
Yeah, so at its core, it represents radical freedom. Obviously, people have taken aspects of what radical freedom is and used that in their own kind of cosmology, right? But in its very core, that's what the bird and the wings represent. It's like movement is radical freedom. And then you can kind of take portions of what radical freedom is and kind of use that as a symbol. So there are symbols of symbols.
Well, that's another really important thing to understand about ancient cosmology. Is everything is a macrocosm and a microcosm of something else.
Yeah.
The human, like the human, is a microcosm of the cosmos, which it goes both ways. Like that's how pretty much every ancient culture saw everything. Like basically the universe is a giant fractal. It's repeating itself at smaller scales.
Yes, I just want to respond to World Forge in the chat. That's exactly what it is. Bodhisattva, yeah, that is exactly what it is. You peer out of the
So
wheel. And
you're a Buddhist?
yeah, you peer out of the wheel and you're like, yeah, I'd rather go back in.
But even in Buddhism, you still try to get away from the wheel.
Yeah, but there are certain sects that, where individuals, they peer out of the wheel and they're like, yeah, I think I'm
Okay, I guess
think I'm
I'll
gonna
look into Buddhist heresies then to find.
I do love me some heresies.
Because that is a cohesive worldview, but I've never heard of a particular sect that like has adopted that worldview. That kind of like Gnostic worldview where like all the material is kind of an evil illusion that's it's like all a prison, but then they're like, nah, we need to stay in the prison. Like I can't think of a.
I think the core idea behind it is that
Not even in Buddhism.
No, I think the core idea behind that train of thought is more like, okay, this world is suffering, but suffering is at least something, right?
Yeah.
I think that's like what that propagates. Like suffering is something, but that's better than nothing.
I mean, I still admire it because in a way it's reverse engineering something that was engineered in a weird direction, but I don't know. I need to look more into that because it's fascinating to me.
The thing is, I don't really like the term Gnosticism because Gnosticism has a very it's a particular heresy of Christianity, but you have also usually when I speak about Gnosticism, I'm talking about more the ideas of Gnosticism. Not
Yeah, Gnosticism's very like I always joke that Buddhism is a Gnostic religion.
Yeah.
I think it was Ryan Reeves who basically pointed out that Gnosticism isn't a religion; it's a tendency.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to.
I think Gnosticism inevitably manifests itself in any culture. And I usually suspect it starts to happen when there's basically when the authorities get out of hand and there's no more trust in the hierarchy. I think that's when you start to see Gnostic kind of a mentality start to manifest.
So you're saying I have no trust in my authorities?
I don't know anyone who does. Like,
that's true.
I mean, especially after the whole freaking, plague outbreak that's happened these last few weeks, I think no one trusts anyone in power anymore, which is it's a very dangerous thing. Like,
nice Gnostic revival.
I'm I'm less worried about the disease and I'm more worried about how the ideology of the world is going to change over the next decade. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a big Gnostic revival in the next decade because of the way things are going. I mean, The Matrix is a Gnostic movie. Like, that movie's all about how you can't trust any authority at all, and it's all trying to keep you like plugged into a machine to control you and use you for whatever reason. Like, you've already seen the Gnostic kind of ideals creep back into culture over the last 20 years. So the X-Files is Gnostic. The
Elder Scrolls is very Gnostic.
Because freaking Kirkbride is a freaking confirmed Gnostic. I really think. See, again, going back to that thing I said earlier where it's not clear what the causality is, I was going to say I feel like Gnosticism is a very dangerous ideology for a civilization to have, but I basically just argued that Gnosticism is a consequence of something going wrong, so where's the causality?
Honestly, I think at least Gnostic tendencies are a very core part of humanity. Even in non-Gnostic sects of Christianity, there's allusions to Gnostic ideas and ideas.
Well, yeah, even the modern idea, which this is a completely Gnostic idea, but say you're a freaking Protestant in America, and I'm pretty sure if you were, at some point, you were told that when you die, you turn into a ghost and you go hang out on clouds. Like, that is a Gnostic idea. That's not Christian at all. Like, the idea that you become this disembodied spirit and you're flying around, like, that is Gnostic. That's not canon at all. That's a heresy. But that's a commonly held belief, at least in America.
I'll take it a step
At least
further.
in the 90s it was.
I'll take it even a step further. I would say the idea of rejoining with a higher divinity is a Gnostic idea.
That's a freaking Hindu idea.
Yeah, but like in general, the idea that there's anything beyond this reality is a Gnostic idea.
Okay, I see what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Filthy
Yeah.
Gnostics trying to co-opt everything.
Because here's the thing, if you were content with the state of reality, you wouldn't seek anything else. You'd sit on your chair and be like, yeah, I like this. And I die and I disappear. There's nothing else. Yeah,
I see what
yeah.
you're getting at. I guess yes. If you put it that way, I do kind of agree. That's why I feel like like I said, it's a tendency, not it inevitably manifests itself.
Because here's the thing, even in what we would consider non-Gnostic religions, a lot of them have this idea of something that comes after this world, and in general, they don't always necessarily always describe what that is, but it usually has the implication that it's somehow better or a different, at least a different state. And that idea is itself, I feel, is Gnostic. And I think that is why that idea exists at all, is because here's the thing, like life can be good, but it can be really shit. And it's very comforting to have that idea at the back of your head that, oh, maybe it'll get better when I leave this world, right?
No, Number Name asked something that I find kind of humorous, where going to heaven isn't part of the Bible. Not exactly. Basically, the idea is there's this cosmic sort of I want to say it's kind of like Ragnarok. If you read the book of Revelations, basically everything falls apart. And from the ashes of all the destruction, there's kind of like, there's this image that they use where it's this cube looking city. It's called the New Jerusalem. And it's built around the garden in the center, which is supposed to be the Garden of Eden. And basically the idea is the earth itself is kind of redeemed and corrected. I probably just lost like 90% of my audience right there.
Think about you can have a simple analogy. So think that you have an annoying issue with your computer, and you're like, fucking hell, this sucks, and you reboot the computer, and then, oh, okay, it works now.
In the Western tradition, humans don't become disembodied spirits. In the story of Revelations, humans have physical bodies. Like, it's almost like this idea that the earth is kind of healed and purified in a way. So no, the whole idea that humans become like ghostly spirits, and that's actually not a Christian idea. That's Gnostic. There's probably gonna be people who are ready to fight me now, but I know where to point it
I'll
out.
tell you that if you were raised a Catholic or, like a Protestant, I would say, yeah, even a Catholic or any actually Christian sect, you're being bamboozled because you're Gnostic.
Oh my goodness.
They thought they eliminated the Gnostic sects, but they didn't.
No, because no, I actually do agree with that. I don't think you actually can get rid of the Gnostic kind of tendency, like I said earlier. I think it's a consequence of something.
Yeah, it's the tendency that tends to come up.
No, cat's
But,
distracting me. My Gnostic cat. He's always wanting to get out. Of course he's Gnostic.
He wants to get out when I'm out.
Wants to escape the prison.
He wants to go run outside. The cat is totally Gnostic.
But he loves the authority figure.
Fair enough. Okay, I guess he's not Gnostic then. Anyway, I think we've like gone so far off topic. I don't even know what the original topic was.
No, I guess we can do like a mini because we could probably talk about the fairy some more, but I kind of want to move over to the next topic. But if you guys have any like fairy related questions now, I guess we could answer them quickly before we move on. If there's none, we just move on to the spooky boys.
The spooky boys. All right, yeah, I guess I'll give a minute for some questions. Do a Gnostic reading of SpongeBob theology. I would be very humored if Deox did that.
That would be so fun.
I mean,
guess
hasn't SpongeBob broken the fourth wall several times?
well, yeah. I mean, yeah, the entire thing feels kind of artificial. Obviously, it's a cartoon, so that's a given. But it's a very specific way, or a specific form of artificial, if that makes sense. Okay, I'm not gonna go into the. God damn it, being baited into Gnostic interpretation of SpongeBob.
All right, we'll hold Gnostic SpongeBob off to the side then. Let's see. You
Okay,
think
so-
some? Oh yeah, I'm seeing a few questions that I. Oh, I guess the first one still has to do with Gnosticism. So you think Gnosticism was born because we try to find a way to explain the unexplainable, like you said, the spirit, God, heaven thing. Not exactly, because the idea of becoming spirit actually is present in a lot of different religions. Basically, spirit. The thing is, again, it kind of goes hand in hand with my explanation of spirit earlier. Like, say you die, and you wrote a book when you were alive. You wrote some really famous book that continues to persist after you die, that your physical body's dead. And that book goes on to actually continue to influence and change the world after your physical body is dead. In traditional theology, like, that is your spirit, like, influencing the world after your death.
Just look at Karl Marx.
Yeah, or I think the best modern example is Hitler. Like, Hitler's been dead for a very long time, but I would definitely say the spirit of Hitler definitely still affects the world long after his death. He has a very dark spirit.
You know why? Because you guys can't stop memeing about Hitler.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys, we had the chance to kill Hitler, but you won't do it because you like the memes. So you're keeping him alive.
So the idea of disembodiment, like, that's not a uniquely Gnostic thing. The Gnostics basically just take that idea and say that's the goal, is to become basically it's nihilistic. It's like a weirdly nihilistic worldview.
There's a very good question here, actually, from Wispy Whiskers. Concept given wings but nowhere to fly. What do you think of that?
That would be communism. Seriously. Communism is a concept given wings, but it can't fly. I know you agree with me too. I'm 100% serious about that.
Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus, that's funny.
You know I'm right.
Yeah.
It has spirit, but it has no embodiment.
The funny thing is, the answer I had in my head was definitely not. Communist immediately.
I'm curious what your answer is then.
No, I agree. I think it's a very good analogy. Obviously, you can make more direct examples, but it's the idea that, you know, it's essentially the same. That's something that's given. You give it wings, but it is unable to have movement.
That would basically just be a terrible idea that no one can even entertain. Like,
however, I do think that, and obviously this is the filthy postmodernist, but I do think that there's a very clear human connotations to that concept.
Yeah.
Because it and it implies, again, going back to the damn brass towers and whatnot, it's a way of humans trying to create movement, but we don't have the comprehension of what that entails, so it doesn't actually go anywhere. Obviously that is my interpretation of that, but I do feel there's a very, very vivid, like, human element to that concept. And again, it's very... Humans have always kind of tried to transcend, in a way, the limits of our being, and that doesn't mean that, you know, we escape this reality or some other Gnostic bullshit. But like you said,
that's the purpose of technology.
Yeah, like the idea, just the legacy in general it's a way for us to continue on because we want to transcend the limits of our current circumstances, right? That's why people always have tried really hard, even though they know they're going to die and they're not going to be able to witness the fruits of their labor or anything. They are comforted by that they will live on in some form, and I think that's just a very human thing in general. I think no matter where we go, unless we change our core psychology change drastically the next few thousand million years, I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I think
You already know some asshole's gonna try and fuck around with human psychology.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen eventually, and you're gonna get. I don't know. I hope I'm not alive that day.
But yeah, I don't think anyone cares about twinkly fairies. It seems. Well, I'll add one thing. I fucking hate their sounds.
You hate the sound effects of the fairies.
Yeah, I really hate them. I saw people were saying, "Oh, this is so cute." I just sitting there and I want to stab out my ear, as
I can tell that Deox is not gonna main the fairies ever.
I'm going to kill the fairies.
Did I trick you into accidentally wanting to main Labrina?
Wanting them what?
Main Labrina.
Yeah, yeah. In that matchup, I'll play Labrina just because of the sounds. Jesus. Where did you even get those sounds? I don't recognize it from. Where did you get those?
They're just weird blob like babble sounds that was made. The sounds for the buildings are just from Zelda games, like the Great Fairy Fountain is just the first few notes of the Fairy Fountain theme, and then the Sundial is the first few notes of the Tarm Ruins theme.
Like, that's fine, right? That's not. It's mostly the units I'm talking about. The units, yeah. It makes me want to blow them up with a cannon. But that's
well, you have the opportunity to do that now.
That's great. Let's see.
Some of the fairies just use the sounds from Breath of the Wild, because there was actually a bunch of fairy sounds from that game.
Ugh. Fucking fairies.
Did I make you hate that game even more?
I don't know. It's just something with their sounds that I don't like it. Let's see. Okay, so I guess we can start moving on to the Stalfos, but there's another good question leading into that. What will be released first, Sheikah or Stalfos? Like, what will you work on first?
Hylians? Probably the Stalfos and then the Sheikah, whenever it gets to that point. I don't think I will be starting on the Stalfos or the Sheikah like right when Labrina and the fairies are released publicly, because Exo and I actually have a few plans of things we want to do first. I don't know if he wanted to keep it secret, so if he did, my apologies, Exo, but he's almost done with the AI and he really wants to get battalions in next.
Yeah, I remember you said that.
So that'll probably be the thing we work on right after we get the fairies and Labrina out. We're probably gonna go back and add battalions to all the factions.
Obviously, I've been in favor of that idea forever. I remember I asked. I think I said that like maybe 2 years ago. I was like, I really want battalions. But one thing, speaking of battalions, I'm kind of worried about this performance.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only thing that
I'm a little worried about the performance too. Because they still haven't added LODs yet. I guess I'll bring that up to Exo next time I talk to him.
Because honestly, like, I can play the game relatively fine. I know that's not the case for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I'm worried that battalions will actually fry their system due to how poorly optimized Zero AD is.
Yeah, I might wait until I might tell. I mean, Exo is kind of autonomous. He kind of does what he wants, and I kind of let him do what he wants because he brings great things. But I might tell him to hold off until the LODs are implemented, because I didn't even think about that. It might It might be too resource intensive if there's
Yeah.
giant battalions running around. I'm still not sure why there's no LODs in 0AD. That seems like a very bizarre oversight for an RTS.
Has the main developers actually said that they're gonna
Yeah, it's on
implement it?
it's on the GitHub. It's on their to-do list. I
Yeah,
just
because
don't
that's
know.
something-
I just don't know what the order of things they do is. So
They really should get on that like as fast as possible, because I have to say, and I like 0AD, like the vanilla game. It's really good. I like it. But that is a huge problem.
yeah,
Because
that's literally
even-
my only problem with the engine is
Yeah.
there's no LODs. Like it's an RTS. Like how could you not have level of details like that? That's like essential to any RTS. Like I don't know.
Yeah, because the vanilla game doesn't even run that well, and I know that's why. So yeah, I obviously if EXO can wiggle his toes and add abracadabra something that makes it not kill everyone's system, then sure, then it's great. But I'm just worried because I know a lot of people are dealing with a lot of frame rate issues, and I'm just worried that they won't be able to play the game essentially.
Yeah,
That's what
or I can make extra low poly patch where everything's like 10 polygons.
I was
Just like
just about to
everything's
suggest
blocks.
Yeah, I was about to suggest that. I guess you could really dumb down individual models for obviously the battalion. units, but the thing-
N64 designs for all the models.
Yeah, I remember like Battle for Middle Earth. If you really zoom in on those units, they look like shit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's like so antithesis to one of my goals, which is to make the best looking thing possible. So I don't know, I'll go ahead and bring that up with EXO the next time I talk to him, because yeah, I didn't even think about the performance issue. I do.
Yeah, I think
In the chat, I do see someone mentioning Stellaris. I love Stellaris. It's probably my favorite game ever right now.
Oh yeah, I've been playing it. I got it for my birthday. Oh my god, I love Stellaris.
I do think it is my current favorite game of all time. I have more hours in Stellaris than any game. Like most games, if you look through my Steam, most of my games at most I have like 30 hours. I have I have almost 600 hours in Stellaris. It's like way above all the other games in my Steam library.
Obviously, I haven't played it much yet, but I really like it though. But I still don't think it will beat Crusader Kings 2 for me. In terms of grand strategy. I think that's just because I enjoy that. I'm a big sci-fi nerd, but I think I enjoy the kind of medieval historical setting.
See, I would. The thing is, Crusader Kings 2 has a lot of similarities to Stellaris, but they do feel like completely different games to me. I would like a medieval themed game that played more like Stellaris.
Yeah.
Maybe
in the future.
Yeah, that's Rabadoodabba mentioned. Am I pumped for Federations? Yes, I am. My current favorite thing to do in Stellaris is I'll pick the Feudal Empire Civic, and what I'll do is I'll go around and I will enlighten a bunch of primitives and make them my little vassals. So that anytime someone declares war on me, I have like a bunch of little vassal states that'll fight my wars for me, so I could just... Because the one thing about Stellaris that I actually think is the weakest issue is the whole combat and the war. Like, I don't play Stellaris to do that. I play Stellaris to like build up this giant galactic civilization and build like all of these like mega structures and stuff, like build Dyson spheres and things. I'm not really interested in fighting wars, so I always like enlighten these primitives, make them my vassals, and they'll fight my wars for me. So I don't have to focus on that at all. And in Federations, I imagine I can do something similar. My Federation members, I'll just have them fight my wars for me.
I was about to say, like, if you're playing a grand strategy game and you're like, well, the combat sucks, I'm like, go and play a different genre.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to say that the combat sucks in Stellaris. I just think it's the least interesting thing in the game.
Yeah, because it's obviously not the focus of the game.
It's really not the focus of the game at all. And that's why I still think Stellaris is like the perfect Star Trek game, because the like political aspects of Stellaris are so much stronger than like every other 4X game I've ever played.
Yeah.
Like, and it's only gonna get better with federations, because then you can form federations with other aliens. I mean, you can technically form federations now, but it's kind of like a half-baked feature.
Honestly, I think like just bringing this back to Hyrule Conquest and why
Oh
a
yeah, sorry, I
lot
went
of
way off topic.
no, but why a lot of people like Total War was because of the freeform campaign.
Yeah, there
Like,
will inevitably be one in Hyrule Conquest. I actually
I
started on the freeform map. Maybe I'll try and finish it.
I'm not sure if you knew, but you probably when I say it, you're probably like, oh, that makes sense. There's a lot of people that actually never entered combat in Hyrule Total War.
No, I didn't know that, but I don't blame them, because I would auto resolve a lot of
Yeah,
fights
still,
in the freeform campaign.
yeah, because that's not what was the fun of it, right? That's just the management and all that stuff, and I know that's why a lot of people liked it.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, it'll return in Hyrule Conquest. It's just a matter of when, not if.
Yeah.
It's sadly probably not in the new because because the 0 AD people, they even have like a test, like if you go into Atlas, I think the name of it is campaign map test. They have a little I hesitate to call it a demo because it doesn't really work, but they have the infrastructure in place for like a turn-based like campaign map thing. I don't think it's their focus right now, and I don't think Exodarian wants to program the entire thing all on his own, so I'm not going to ask him to do that. So
no.
we're kind of waiting for the 0 AD people to implement that before we even touch that. Although, like I said, I started making the freeform campaign map, like the actual overworld map that it takes place on. I have screenshots of it floating around somewhere. Maybe I'll try and finish it sometime in the next few weeks. I don't know. But I definitely want that, because I agree that was one of the better features of of Medieval 2.
Honestly, that I like the Total War games, and the battles can be really fun, but I always like the political and management stuff more than anything, really. And that's why I was always annoyed with every new Total War game that they didn't make it deeper.
Yeah. One thing I'd really like for, I mean, this is all, I don't know if the 0 AD people are going to do this, but one thing I would actually like for the freeform campaign is you can set it so it generates a random world map. And kind of like in Civilization 6, there's like certain landmarks that'll spawn on it, like you'll have Death Mountain be a landmark, things like that. So it's a completely randomized map where all the factions are in randomized locations and the landmarks are all randomized. I think that would actually be kind of cool. Which the game does currently support randomized maps, so I know it's possible.
I mean, I don't think, the thing is, when they do inevitably do the freeform campaign, obviously I'm not super well versed in the technical aspects of it, but I do know it's mostly UI. So it probably is not the most complicated thing, or time cost. It's not the most time costly thing to do. It's just a matter of priorities, I assume.
Yeah.
Because that's what all this management grand strategy games is. It's mainly UI. You're pretty much playing in.
Yeah, Stellaris and Crusader Kings 2 is like 90% UI.
Yeah. And I'm not saying, obviously, they put in a lot of hard work into the UI. I'm just saying, from a technical perspective, it's not the most complicated thing in the world. It's mostly text, icons, and yeah, UI.
Yeah, but no, I hope there's I hope the freeform campaign thing comes sooner than later. I mean, the fact that it's not in right now just gives us more time to focus on getting all the actual factions done, because there's still a lot to do.
Yeah. Okay. So we were off topic, but now back to the Earth.
Thank you, Stellaris, for making us go way off topic.
Yeah. Okay. So Lord of Creation asked, Dark Clipper. Oh yeah. Okay. Whatever. I made a good question about what races don't have undead forms. What are your thoughts on it? So basically, what races do not have undead forms? So which races are not affected by undeath?
Gorons probably.
Probably.
Yeah, because Gorons, their ideas can technically persist after their embodiments
yeah.
are falling apart. So,
But the current kind of forces that the Stalfos are meddling with is kind of incompatible.
yeah. So yeah, probably no Gorons. Tempted to say no fairies.
Oh yeah, the fairies shouldn't. No.
What else? What other heavenly, what other heavenly bodies do we
Koholint?
got? Huh? Who?
Koholint?
Yeah, Koholint would not have undead.
Yeah.
Definitely. No,
That would be-
Koholint is like the most. Is like the most the most abstract that you can probably get in, other than the demons themselves. Like.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not true. Even the demons have embodiment. So yeah, Koholint is like. Yeah, definitely they would not have undead. Who else? There's a few that wouldn't have undead in that sort of way.
Trying to think.
I'm certain there's more that I just can't
I
think of.
do think this is kind of. I do think.
I guess
that,
Icona, because they're already.
Yeah,
already...
I was about. I was about to say. I'm not sure if you've given any thought to it, but certain aspects of the Sheikah should have immunity to it, or at least less affected by it. I think that would be thematically appropriate.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that they all should be completely immune to it, but some of their units probably should, have resistance against it.
Yeah, I can already think of their monks probably would be immune to it, or
Yeah,
because
thematically it would make sense, and yeah, in the lore, just lore wise, it would make sense.
the Tin Lee said a Colin because they don't have remains anymore too long time. I was gonna make a joke about that actually. A Kala. I would still say that a Kala technically is still alive to some degree. They never were cut off from the world, like the
Oh yeah, there is. Funny thing that you mentioned that there is time travel in Hyrule Conquest if you play a Kala. There you go.
That's not the same. That's not the same.
I know, I'm joking. Yeah, I think some races should have. They don't necessarily need to have outright immunity to it, but certain units and stuff might have resistance to it. But at least the Sheikah monks, I think, should really do. They should have it.
Yeah. All right. Someone asked a question that I think will actually lead us into the the title of the darn stream.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Some Worldforge asked, "What is undeath within the realm of canon? Is it a curse? Is it a manifestation of an idea? We need some definition." I guess we should start with what I guess the quote unquote real world definition of necromancy is, which was actually the original topic of this stream. But we went on we talked about fairies and Stellaris and spirits for an hour and 20 minutes. We haven't even gotten to the topic. We're terrible at this. I guess it kind of coincides with what I was talking about earlier. Kind of like if you go back let's go back in time to our ancient cultures. What they would consider living is more broad than just organic beings. Like a city would be considered alive. A nation would be considered alive. There would be a spirit that kind of like guides these beings. So necromancy basically is digging up something that is completely cut off from the world, that is truly dead, not just organically. Like, this is why I joked last week, archaeology is actually necromancy. So not only the body is dead, but the spirit is dead too. There's no more little birds flying around spreading the ideas of this personality or this pattern. So digging up some ancient civilization that no one knows anything about, that's necromancy. Anyway, necromancy is digging up something that is completely cut off from the world and trying to give life to it in some way. Usually for some kind of agenda, which is why the symbolism of necromancy generally goes dark, because when you mess with something, you have no like say you dig. Actually, there's a video that I can't seem to find anymore. It was all about this. It was several hundred years ago, before the Rosetta Stone was found, and they were digging up all of the Egyptian ruins and stuff. They had no idea what any of the stuff was for, and they were kind of projecting their own stuff into it, and they were basically using it to undermine and destroy all their own cultures. There's a whole video on about that, but I sadly, I maybe it was deleted from YouTube. I can't seem to find it, but that's why necromancy is generally considered a bad thing, because you tend to project your own darkness into whatever it is you're digging up to serve your own purposes. That's why the imagery of necromancy is all about like servitude and things like that. You know, it's people raising skeletons to serve them and do their own will.
It's also the idea while it tends to go dark. There are exceptions to this.
Yes,
but
there
why
are.
It tends to go dark, why it tends to go dark, especially when raising actual corpses, is because in a lot of cultures the flesh is sacred. So you're delving into the profane by defiling the sacred, because you're interfering with something that you're not supposed to interfere with. So there's this core idea that you're essentially poking around in stuff that you have no authority over.
You're basically projecting authority over the things you're digging up, even though you might actually, those things might even have authority over you. But you don't know about it, so you wouldn't even know if they have authority over you.
And in a lot of actually, I will do a blanket statement and say most cultures have very elaborate funeral rites and burial rites, and there's a lot of sanctity involved in that process. And just the fact that you are digging up remains, you break that kind of sanctity, and I think that's a big part of it. Grave robbers in general are not well received in most cultures. Never been. And there's a reason for that. It's because the burial, regardless of cultural context, is usually considered sacred, and someone that is digging up a corpse and basically defiling that kind of rite is a huge asshole, essentially. I guess that makes sense for the Stalfos when you think about their beliefs. It's like
they're using the knowledge of a long dead civilization that no one has any connection to or knows anything about, and they're ultimately using it to their own ends. But like you pointed out, that ancient culture actually has authority over them, so they're actually slaves to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, necromancy is really fascinating.
Okay, so I guess you can. So the other part of that question. Now we've gone into the kind of like the abstract of it, but you have to explain. You do have to explain the material of what is undeath in Ireland.
That's actually, I was going to point that out. Someone actually mentioned necromancy was once just talking to the dead. That's actually. Not exactly the same, because necromancy usually does actually involve a material component. It's actually finding something material and trying to give it life.
The thing is, I think they're kind of synonymous.
They kind of are, because you do have to commune with something that is long gone in order to give it life to a degree.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm gonna blow a dynamite and say the thing is, the reason why a lot of early necromancy dealt with speaking to the dead is because you want something from the dead. Be it knowledge or something they know about that is material that you need. So there, I do think, because as long as there's a sort of agenda in the real world, it has a material component to it. It's not as material as physically raising something or animating something that is long dead, or injecting life into something that is dead. But at the same time, I still think there's a material component to it, because most people that in stories that we have where someone communicates with the dead, it's because they want something that the dead have or have knowledge of.
Yeah.
And
That's generally why it's dangerous, because if you have no actual connection to the dead thing, you can end up projecting you end up projecting into it, basically.
Yeah.
And that's where all the imagery of servitude and stuff comes from.
However, I would like to state that there is a fine line here, because in a lot of contexts, just communicating with the dead, it's often considered like not necessarily the worst thing. It's still a minor offense because you're still disturbing a piece that it has a kind of a sacred aspect to it, right? Because you're pulling something to you that is supposed to be gone or somewhere else.
That's the thing. Like, say in your culture you want to commune with your immediate ancestors, like your dead father or grandfather. I hesitate to call that necromancy, because they haven't been cut off from the world completely yet. Like, they're still part of the world, even though their bodies are dead. Like, necromancy would be communicating with some guy's grandfather from 20,000 years ago, and you have no idea if he actually was a grandfather. Like, that's like a distinction seems to be the lack of connection to the already living world. That seems to be the distinction. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, and you can correct me, but
no, I can see that. I again, and I've said this before, it's all about intent.
Yeah, because even off the top of my head, even in like the Catholic tradition, the idea of all the saints and stuff, there's still this, and relics, like, you know, reliquaries where they have the corpses of, you know, the dead in the actual churches. Like,
yeah.
In that context, even though the bodies of those things have died, they haven't been severed from that tradition or the world yet. They're still part of it. Necromancy is finding things that have no connection to the world anymore. Like,
yeah.
At least in its darkest form. Maybe that's how I would word it.
Here's a good question. So Particep asked, speaking of burial rites, how did Dampe end up as a hero for the Selfhood?
Oh, should we spoil everything about Dampe?
You can. I think if you just kind of don't go into specifics, but you can give his origin, like.
I'll go ahead and spoil everything about
okay.
Dampe. So just a warning to anyone who doesn't want any spoilers. I'm gonna go full on complete spoilers in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Dampe's a Sheikah. Anyway, basically, if you know anything about the Sheikah in Nephi canon, they have this practice of keeping their bloodlines pure. So they're horribly inbred, which is why, you know, they have, you know, the pale hair and pale skin. And inbreeding is really bad genetically. Like, forget the phenomenological worldview. Even if you look at it materialistically, inbreeding is just bad. They need some carnivals to keep the bloodlines going. But anyway, so their race is dying out because they're horribly inbred. And the reason is because they have lots and lots of stillbirths. Lots and lots of deformed babies that don't survive because they're horribly inbred. So, long story short, Dampe is the attempted abortion of someone's baby that survived, which is why he's horribly deformed. And his life's kind of been a bit shitty, so he wants to turn the dead against his mama who didn't love him.
Basically, it's fucking pissed.
Yeah. I guess technically I didn't even spoil everything there. That's kind of just like the synopsis of Dampe.
No, I wouldn't say that's a big spoiler.
Yeah, I guess it's not a huge spoiler. So yeah, I mean, even if you look at Dampe in Nintendo canon, he's like horribly deformed. Like, something went wrong with him when he was born. Like,
yeah.
He's like horribly deformed in Ocarina of Time, and he can barely walk.
Take that straight out of 3.
Poor guy. He'll beat you with the shovel.
Yeah, he'll beat you with a shovel.
He'll make you as deformed as he.
And the interesting thing about him symbolically is he's supposed to be dead.
Yeah.
So of course he's connected with the undead. Like, I don't know, that pattern seems to just naturally, I don't know, spring up. So number name brought up why not just mate with Hylians or marry the races around Hyrule. It's because to them it's all about purity, but I think someone within the Sheikah realized that was a problem, and that's why they allowed Aghanim to do his dirty deed with a Hylian before he was executed.
As answer to that is okay. So they want that sweet ass column blood, right? It's really nice. It gives you red eyes, a really high end blood, the bloodlines had diluted over millennia, and as there were fewer Akalans and people with like strong amounts of Akalan blood, essentially, without going into too much of it, they had to start yeah.
I mean, if you look throughout the history of Earth, there's countless examples of royal families that they tried to marry within certain boundaries, so that yeah. To look at the Habsburgs.
That's why the Sheikah had the distinct red eyes, because that is a very physical expression of what they are.
The one thing they managed to preserve from their ancestors was the red eyes. Everything else went out the window.
And there's this inherent idea. I don't think we ever really... there's this inherent idea that the Hylian or Hyrulean civilization has been on a decline for a very, very long time. And if you actually go to the wiki and look at the genealogy and shit for the royal family, which makes this very apparent, it's been on a steady decline, and the bloodlines have diluted, and which has certain consequences, obviously. And the Sheikah, for them, it was very important to preserve that, which has gotten more and more difficult.
And this is why by the end of Hyrule Conquest, there's only, I think, 2 Sheikah left. Well, I guess 3 if you count Impa, because Impa's a Sheikah.
That actually raises, well, not top.
So there's only 3 left by the very end of everything.
I actually had a very interesting discussion with Looper about that, because you have Sheikah units, right? So that would kind of allude to the fact that they are at least a decent population. But the thing is,
during the time of the Gerudo Wars, there's still quite a lot.
Yeah,
there's several hundred. They're down to the hundreds by the end of the Gerudo Wars, though. So just less than 100 years after that, they're all but extinct as a culture.
Feels bad.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, certain someone allowed a little more genes to come into their gene pool, so they technically do outlast that, just not in the way that they wanted to preserve it. Because
I was about to say, because
Tetra kind of carries the Sheikah on. Well, no, she has a Ten too. Damn it.
Yeah.
The Sheikah do die with her.
I was about to say that that was what my answer to Looper was, because
and then one of the other surviving ones ends up mixing with the representatives of the liquid. So
I do think it would make sense that they do live on, but not in the way.
Yeah, because that was the whole, and it's the same problem with the Gerudo. Like, basically basically what the Sheikah are trying to do, and the Gerudo, is it's all about identity and preserving a specific identity. But you can't. Like, you need information from the outside to come in. If an identity becomes too static, it falls apart. They need carnivals, basically. They need a little inversions here and there.
I would say, like, the actual Sheikah, like a real Sheikah that doesn't only carry the blood or the heritage, but also the traditions and the culture, they are very few in number, obviously.
Yeah.
But they're probably blood. There's still blood, like, around. But it's like, the thing is, when I think of Sheikah, it's just not their heritage, but it's the very specific culture they have that is obviously pretty much gone because of a lot of stuff.
It was gone before they realized. Well, the irony is the thing they're trying to preserve isn't even where it originated,
I
because
told you, I told you, man, they could have survived if they just, stuck with their weeb rice patties.
actually someone asked what my least favorite. Do they mean faction? They said factor. I assume they mean faction. If they do mean faction, I think currently it's actually the Lozelfoss. They're my least favorite. I had a really I actually had a really dark time trying to finish them because I went a lot into Mesoamerican culture and their sacrificing of people's stuff, and I think it kind of led me to a dark place. I was really happy to get done with the Lizzlefoss.
That's actually a good question because I don't think we ever had a definitive answer of that. Every time we discussed, so why did I call him Blood Dilute? Every time we talked about it, it was kind of like, yeah, there's this cynical idea, kind of inherited from Tolkien. It's like, yeah, everything kind of meh.
Yeah, well, again, like I said, what was it, an hour ago when we're talking? I think that's the purpose of things like Inversion is to bring in new information so that a static identity doesn't fall apart.
The thing is, though, you could argue. Here's the thing: the ancient the Collins lived for a very long time, and there, while that seems like a good thing, it's really not. Because if you guys remember Solcaris' speech, a very big component of what makes mortality good in Higher Conquest is because it's constantly changing. It's constantly adding stuff onto it. With each generation, right, there's a change. But if you live for several centuries, that is very stagnate.
Yeah.
And obviously populations, if you live for 200 years, you're gonna have less children, and that's a very it's a very reoccurring theme, honestly, in long-lived races in fantasy, is that they all struggle to
I
reproduce.
mean, we kind of see it in our modern culture. Like humans live longer now than they have in the last few centuries, and people are having less children. I mean, part of that is related to economic factors too, and that's only very specifically in the West. Obviously, in Eastern cultures, they're pumping out children left and right, but there does seem to be a correlation between long life and not having a lot of children.
Yeah.
There's a correlation.
Like if you, I need to update it because it's outdated, but I made sure to reflect that. If you go and find a actual full genealogy, you notice that if you go back to the ancient columns on the genealogy, they don't have a lot of kids. It's mainly like one, maybe two, and then you go down and you start seeing a shit ton of kids because it makes sense.
Yeah.
Like by when you get close to the era of decline and towards when Seal inherits the throne, that you start seeing a shit ton of siblings. Because they obviously, yeah, it's a mess. But that's royal families for you.
Yeah, there is also an interesting connection between being incredibly poor and having lots of children, and being incredibly rich and only having a few or even just one or none, which is interesting. You'd think it'd be the other way around. You'd think like, oh, I have all of this material wealth to support a ginormous family. So there's a correlation between that too, which I find interesting. And then there's this awkward middle ground where it's like, yeah. Anyway,
someone actually asked me after the stream last week, was like, okay, so they apparently had looked at the genealogy and they're like, yeah, but they'd still have way less kids than actual monarchies in the real world. I'm like, yeah, because don't ever trust the Sheikah, bro. It's like we said last week. Shit's. That's the answer.
Number name in the comments actually has it right. That's because countries in the third world have more kids because they need to. That's actually right. That's it. It's because they actually need to.
But that's the thing. Despite the wealth the royal families have, they need a lot of kids. That's the paradox, because having a lot of kids when you're in a position of power will inevitably lead to a lot of problems.
A power struggle.
Yeah, but it's also necessary. It's not just because they didn't have effective ways to prevent births. It's more the fact that you need to get heirs. You need to have kids. You need to have lots of kids, that not only that they can inherit your position one day, but also because you want to put your family in power positions to maintain power yourself. It's an important factor of staying in power. And that's why we always see, like, powerful families, they always appoint their own family members to important positions. It's very deliberate.
And eventually they'll all become inbred and their power will go to someone else.
Yeah. So I think going like back to the kind of going back to the original question, because we went kind of off tangent. So why did the column bloodlines kind of get diluted? And that's I would just say time and how the world, there's a constant like steady decline of the world. And also because as they started to live shorter lives, they have more kids have more kids, and the actual original bloodlines just kind of get diluted with time.
Still not sure if I completely agree with Tolkien on that, but I won't dispute that right now.
No. I mean, I do believe I wouldn't say I necessarily disagree with Tolkien, but I don't believe there's like he has a very there's a certain finality to his kind of vision. I think it goes in cycles, right? So you have a period of decline, then then you go out, then there's like I guess another golden age, and then there's a decline, and there's another golden age, and there's a decline.
Well, the interesting thing about Tolkien, though, is he was really well versed in Norse mythology, and even in Norse mythology, there is this idea that inevitably there is a giant battle where everything falls apart and everyone dies. But it starts anew after that.
The thing is, I think because he was well versed in Norse mythology, is that's why that idea is that's what the Numenorians are. Because if you go and read Norse mythology and the older Fornalder sagas, you actually meet a lot of characters that have lived for centuries. Obviously that changes with the younger sagas. There's like this theme that back in the day people used to live very long lives.
You know, that's in other traditions too. That's even in the Jewish tradition. Like, if you go back to Noah and Enoch, they lived hundreds of years. So yeah, interesting.
Let's see.
I don't even know if we're talking about necromancy anymore.
No, it's just a interesting question. But yeah, back to, so how would you say, because that was also another part of the question, because we kind of went into how necromancy works on a more abstract level, I guess. But functionally, how would you describe it? Like functionally, in a very materialistic sense.
I'm going to use something you don't understand to undermine you. That's probably the most materialistic way I could say it.
Yeah.
Not only something you don't understand, but that I probably don't completely understand. Or to get what I want, to undermine you. I guess in Akazu's case, it's to undermine.
There is a way you could actually do it, and it would fit with the lore. But it's kind of spoilery.
Go ahead. We already went into spoiler territory with Dante, so you go ahead, spoil.
I was just thinking, like, functionally, how you'd raise a body, you would probably try to inject it with aura, honestly, in a way, to animate it.
Sort of.
Yeah.
I don't know if in the context of Hyrule, aura is considered, because aura is something a little more specific in Hyrule. Aura's more like, let me try to think of a real world analog for the aura. I know there's a real world comparison, because aura is not necessarily all of spirit, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah.
Because in my current thinking right now, in order to, let's say, raise a Stalfos, you need a spirit of some kind. Yeah. And you need embodiment, which I guess that's the case for all things. But you're using, it's the same as like the fairies, but the fairies, the things that embody them, are still connected to the world. They're still alive in some way. The Stalfos are like, the things that embody them are just things that have no connection to the world and are long dead. That's the only difference between Stalfos and fairies.
That's what I mean. Like, when I say having to use the aura, I mean like in a very crude sort of way, and that's why the stealth, because that's what undead is. It's something that is incomplete because you lack information.
Yes, it's marginal and ambiguous.
Yeah, and that's why it's sorta alive, but not really. Right?
Yeah,
and that's,
it's between
that's
living and death, so it occupies that hybrid category exactly.
So that's why I mean, like, you would probably have to manipulate like the aura in a certain way, but it wouldn't be the same thing as other examples of it, if that makes sense. It would be a very
The aura
crude...
to me is more connected to the brass tower, which is why it's also connected to animating non-living things, but it's still different because, like, if we're getting, okay, I guess we're getting into more spoilers. The Guardians or the Okas, the aura is more connected to technology, basically.
Yeah. I was thinking more of the line of...
but technology is death turned against itself, so I can see it connected to the Stalfos, too.
And also, thinking about not just the aura, but, you know, the spirit, wobbly spoilers.
The woo-woo magic.
Yeah. I'll message you it. So
Okay,
you know
message me. Because I've probably retconned, like, everything. Yeah, see, blood is not the same,
Yeah, I'm not talking about literal
blood is not the
know.
same as spirit, though.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the literal blood, obviously.
I'm not sure if I want to directly connect the aura and the Stalfos. I'd probably have to think on that. I can see why you would connect them, though. So I'll half say what I'll half agree to what you're saying is yeah.
No, I'm thinking because people are inevitably, and I know people have asked, okay, so how does it work? How do for example Akazu? What is the process behind the necromancy he performs?
I don't know if I can put this in materialist terms. I guess I'll try. Akazu is physically dead, but his words still have an effect on the world in an ambiguous way. I think that's one way I could put it materialistically. Does that am I losing everyone, or does that make any sense?
Everyone.
I don't know. I probably lost everyone with that description.
Probably did, yeah.
I feel like if I could find a real world analogy, that would probably help, but I'm struggling to think of a real world analogy.
I think what people mainly talk about when they're talking about how does a function work is kind of like in a lot of fantasy, how necromancy work is that you imbue... Okay, yeah, I'll take something I'm familiar with, like in a fantasy setting. So the Elder Scrolls, right?
Yeah.
There are kind of conflicting sources on how it exactly works, but generally you imbue the corpse with this portion of your own essence. You are basically animating it.
That's why. Yes.
And the essence, what I mean, is magicka, yeah, right? Because in the Elder Scrolls, everything has magicka in it. That's how the world is structured. So you obviously that is the material component, but you're also imbuing your essence in an abstract way.
Well, yeah, it was like I was saying earlier. That's the general problem with necromancy is you project yourself into what you're raising, because it's ambiguous. But
due to the nature of how you do it, that's why, for example, if you raise a skeleton, it's not gonna be able to have any sort of sentience. It's alive, it's animated, but it's not the thing it originally was.
Well, if we're going back to, go on our time machine, go to ancient cultures, it's not necessarily that. It's just that whatever purpose it actually has is hidden.
Yeah.
Because it's ambiguous, and you don't know what the thing is from the past. That's why, again, all the imagery of servitude comes up, because you might actually be a slave to the thing you're raising. You don't know the nature of the thing you're raising that you're trying to resurrect. And again, that one example of all the archaeologists that tried to resurrect the Egyptian civilization. They were projecting their own ideas and stuff into it, and it ended up turning against them.
Yeah, that's like, I functionally that's how it at least works. It's obviously there's an abstract component to it, but that's the process behind it. So you're, in a way, it's kind of like puppetry, but not really. If that makes sense. Like it's kind of, because you're kind of controlling it, but it's still its own thing. It's fucking weird.
I really need to find another real world example. I know there are some. I just can't think of any off the top of my head. I should have put together a list before we started the stream.
I've heard that reanimating corpses is similar to animating golems.
Sort of, but golems are more connected to, again, like the aura and the guardians and the they're not exactly the same. It's similar. The intent, I think, is similar.
And
maybe that's how I put it.
There's also the idea, because you're imbuing, without call it magic or life essence, into it, while by animating it, there's this kind of sense, and that's why necromancy is usually also taboo, not just because you're profaning the sacred, but also because you're profaning yourself.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Yeah.
Which
is what happens to Akazu.
Yeah, you're using your life essence you spread it around to animate stuff that should be dead, making you less alive.
Exactly.
And that's kind of the idea.
And that happens to Akazu in the ultimate sense.
And that's why a lot of necromancers in fiction strive to become liches. Obviously, there are different interpretations of liches, but being a lich is like usually abandoning your humanity completely so that you don't have that problem, right?
Eventually, you'll run out, though. Even a lich.
Yeah.
There's always a limit.
Becoming a lich is essentially just, extending the deadline. That's usually why, because there's always like some profane effects on the actual necromancer when performing their art. And I mean, it makes sense if you're using life essence or your own spirit to animate stuff that should be dead. It's kind of like if you imagine life essence as butter, right? And you're kind of like scraping it over a lot of bread. And with each piece of bread that you're putting that little slice of butter on, you get less and less of it.
Yes, that's a pretty good analogy.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that made any sense, but that's kind of how I see it.
We're at the point where we're using, bread and butter to explain this.
Yeah, so
I love it.
Yeah, I guess I can explain it in a better way. So let's say you take a knife and you cut out the piece of butter, and you have, let's say, 30 pieces of bread. And the first couple of, pieces of bread that you smear the butter on, it will be okay, right? It will be normal, but then you start to run out of butter, so you keep having less and less of it, and you just scrape it, like very thin layer of it, and it just gets shittier and shittier and shittier. And it gets shittier for you because you have less bread as well. You have less butter as well, so you have more bread but less butter on each piece of bread.
I feel like actually I think I thought of another example of. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because this might not be a good example. But say you're debating with someone, and you're vaguely familiar with some ancient information, but you don't know much about it, and you know that they don't know much about it. So say like you're arguing for some form of government, like a democracy, and then you're like, well, the ancient Atlanteans, they were democratic, yada yada yada. We should we should use the Atlanteans as a model for democracy or whatever. But you don't know anything about the Atlanteans or whatever. You use that to forward your agenda. The thing is, if you know anything about the Atlanteans and Plato's Republic, it's not exactly what that person probably meant. And that is how using that information, that cut-off information from the past in an ambiguous way, turns against them and ends up enslaving them. Because if that system was brought to the government that Plato puts forth in Republic, if that system inevitably came to be because of that person, it would turn against them because it's not actually what they wanted to put in place. Is that a good example, or is that a stretching it example?
Okay, so basically, I can actually I'm rambling, so I can make this simple. So taking that idea, for each corpse that Akusu raises, does he become less Akusu and more something else?
Yes and no. He becomes less he's less recognizable as Akazu. I guess I can put it that way.
Yeah. But you know what I mean, right? So it's like...
Yes. Oh, duh! I just thought of a perfect example. All the people trying to resurrect pagan cultures.
Oh, yeah.
That's like a perfect example of necromancy. I didn't even think about that. It's because Number Name mentioned recreate the Roman Empire. Yeah, I would actually say the United States tried to do that. They tried to appropriate all of the old Roman imagery. And it's kind of turned against the American people in a way. But yeah, a bunch of like people like we've joked about how pagans who want to like resurrect the old Nordic, like the old Norse mythology and bring it back into the world and start a pagan religion, but the only information they have on that is what was preserved from Christian monks.
Yeah.
So they're actually bringing something fragmented and fractured back into the world that turns against them. I think that's an example of like necromancy being turned against someone trying to bring back something that's dead. Yeah. Am I right or?
No, I'd say that's right. Again, I think the actual idea behind it is easily understood. I just think people want to like, how do wizard make corpse dance?
How wizard? Well, like, See, because again, the skeleton is just a symbolic image that's used to represent that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but
like in the context of a story, a freaking skeleton walking around doing someone's bidding, like that's an intuitive sort of thing that a human can grasp to represent, obviously, something bigger than the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
And that's also the case in Hyrule Conquest. It's like that's the imagery that would make sense to the Hylians. or even to a modern audience, I guess. Because I do think people do intuitively get something, like they intuitively understand well, I think humans intuitively understand all symbols because it is an intuitive thing. It's just hard to articulate because we've kind of lost that language.
I still think that again, necromancy is, I would still say necromancy is inherently artificial.
Yeah.
And that's why I had the idea for the aura, because I for me it's the same thing, honestly. It's just you're just using a different vessel to do the same thing.
I still have to think on that because I intuitively I feel like there is a distinction, but I'm not sure what it is.
There is a distinction because the thing that you're animating has a certain, I would say it used to have a sort of agency in the world. Well, something completely mechanical obviously doesn't until you give it some sort of agency, right?
Yes.
But at that point when it's dead, you're projecting your own agency onto that object. And that's why necromancy can get kind of dark, because you are, regardless of who that individual were, you're not concerned with that because I need soldiers, right?
Yeah.
So you're just projecting your own kind of agenda over that object, and that's the kind of the same thing we do with technology. It's just that technology it didn't have any previous agency.
Yes.
While dead corpses did.
I think you might be right, because that is all technology is taking dead things and using it to halt death. Like,
yes,
like look at medicine. Medicine is, it's dead. It's using it, or like a vaccine. It's a dead virus or a dying virus or a wounded virus.
Yeah.
a gimped virus, and it's being used to to prepare your body to fight actual viruses. It's death against death, and this gets all into garments of skin, which I would love to make a video on that. So that's all technology is. It's a layer of death on yourself.
So I wouldn't say, so that's why I had that example, is that they're related but they're not the same thing. For example, I wouldn't say that the Uka they use necromancy because they have golems, right? But the process behind it is very similar.
I think you're right. You're basically arguing for the same source but different vessels.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. Because
I might agree with you then.
Let's say I make a golem and I animate it. I'm projecting my agency onto that golem. I am the one deciding what it's supposed to do, and I'm projecting. But let's say I do the same thing with the corpse. The process is the same. It's just the vessel is different, and that's why it's profane. Because unlike the golem, I made it, so I get to decide what agency it's supposed to have. But if I animated the skeleton, I'm ignoring the agency and identity it used to have.
Yes, well, that again, like we said earlier, that's the danger of necromancy, is you don't know the thing you're trying to bring back. So that is where the danger lies. You might be bringing back something you don't you don't know. It's ambiguous.
Yeah,
and you can bring forth a marginal identity that has no place in the world that usually will turn against you.
And that's why I would say, and I think it's very important to make a distinction there, though, because it's all, again, intent, but it's more the fact that both processes are very similar. I would actually say they are essentially the same. It's just about what kind of vessel are you using.
I think the thing I'm getting hung up on is if the aura is actually the source, like the top of the hierarchy, basically. I feel like probably, it might not be, but maybe it is. I don't think it is, because we've seen it destroyed. Yet aura still exists. Oh no. Now I'm getting a bunch of light bulbs popping up above my head. I'm gonna put a little bookmark in that and come back to it later, because now I'm thinking about a lot of stuff. So you've given me a lot of skeletons for thought.
Yeah,
some rotting food for thought.
That's why I'm here. No, but I do think I do think they're the same. I would really argue against. I would really argue for that, because but again, they don't seem the same because we are too hung up on what the vessel is. So that's why we don't usually consider them related related practices. But I do think it's the same thing, because what's the difference? Let's say I make a mechanical soldier, right? I make an android or something that I want to fight my battles, right?
Yes.
So I am projecting my intent and my agency onto that thing. Let's say I raise a skeleton and, make it fight my battles. It's the same thing. It's just the thing that I'm animating is...
Yeah, the difference would be say the robot, the thing that is embodying your ideals is less connected to an ambiguous thing that you don't understand. I guess that's the difference.
Yeah, and that's
basically using something that's dead is like a wild card, I guess.
Yeah, but even then, so I still say you can create something entirely artificial and not being able to understand it. Which is the case of, whoopsie, I made an artificial AI that found out why. Yeah,
that's
exactly
the thing,
right.
is even like in the machine example, inevitably it might turn against you. It's just, it seems like there's the degree to which something might backfire on you is higher with using the remains of something dead, I guess, like a dead culture or a dead person.
But that's why we don't again, let's say I did those two things. I made a skeleton warrior and I made an android warrior. And I would say, most people would be like, the android warrior, oh, that's cool, that's fine. But people would be kind of sketched out with the skeleton because I'm using something that did have agency.
Yes, it had its own identity at some point.
Yeah.
And people can recognize that just intuitively because it's a fucking skeleton. It clearly was alive at some point. It had a spirit that might not necessarily be what the master is proposing the spirit is. And just because of that ambiguousness, the room for it turning against you is larger. Even though I would argue the room for a machine turning against you is still there too. It's just it's less. Actually, I guess you could say that makes the machine more dangerous.
Yeah.
Because you're more in denial about its ability to not fully embody what you're trying to bring into the world, and it creating something to go against you, I guess. Oh, I don't think creating was the word I wanted to use, but so golems are more dangerous than skeletons. Because at least with a skeleton, people intuitively understand, okay, there's something off about this.
Yeah. And that's why I propose.
I guess the Terminator is like the best thing then, because it's like a combination of both. It literally is designed to kill people too.
And that's why I proposed that idea, because I think they're the same processes, but the thing is that, again, one of them are more profane than the others because you are, but it's still the same thing because you're projecting agency onto something.
Yes.
It's just that you're choosing to ignore that the skeleton was its own thing at one point, and it still is.
I guess what you're saying, and if this is what you're saying, I agree with you completely. The original spirit that was embodied by the machine or its components is less obvious than the original spirit that embodied the components of the dead person or culture or ruins or whatever the hell you are that's digging up. Okay.
So it's still...
I agree with you there.
Both, I think, are mechanical processes because I'm using something for my own agenda. It's just that instead of building it from scratch or making it out of dead material without any sort of agency, right? I'm using something else.
You're using something that was half made. You're twisting an identity basically when you're with necromancy. Whereas with like a machine, I guess ultimately you are twisting the identity of its components. It's just less obvious.
So basically, that's why I proposed that idea. And also, if any of you are studying, going into robotics or something, you're a necromancer. That's the bottom line.
The Dominus Justinian just pointed out that's literally what I was saying. Is ultimately everything, even the rocks, they had an identity that we're not aware of. And so basically everything is a form of necromancy. Oh my goodness.
Because I don't know, I do not know where I had that original interpretation of it, but I know I got it from somewhere, that kind of idea that a corpse is mechanical in a way. I don't know where I have that idea from, but it's an idea that I have in my mind for a long time, and that's how I always...
the Necrons probably gave you that idea.
Yeah. Because it's the same thing. Like a skeleton, to me, is very similar to like an android, because it's all about projecting and injecting your own sort of agenda into something without... you're not asking the skeleton if it wants to be raised, right? You're not asking. Usually you don't ask it. You just do it. And the same thing with the robot.
Yeah, you're basically, like you were saying earlier, that element of defilement. You're basically just shooing off the original identity or ignoring it or suppressing it or not even acknowledging that it's there. But the original identity is still there.
Yeah.
Okay. We're like getting so esoteric now.
Super spooky, boys.
Like even for me, we're like reaching the limits of like my esotericness.
You can take some. Here's the thing: everything that seems functional and too materialistic, you can always find a way to tie it to the heavenly. It's not. It's
that's the irony. Is the scientific language actually is a heavenly language.
Yeah.
That's like the supreme irony. The all of the language that is used by a materialist is a heavenly language.
Yeah, and
that's what's hilarious about it. There's like, it's almost like there's a cosmic joke going on there.
Yeah,
they're using this heavenly language to basically shun out the heavens. It's really funny in like a dark kind of way.
So while it seems super material, let's say you use the component or the energy that you use to fuel a golem, and you use it to a corpse. That in itself seems very materialistic, and then you take a step back and look at it, and you're like, wait a minute, it's the same thing.
Yeah, they're ignoring the heavenly component of the skeleton and the machine, and projecting their own without realizing. Well, I'm sure. I think actually that's a true quote unquote necromancer probably actually does understand that process.
Oh yeah. I just think
so. I guess a true necromancer is not ultimately materialist.
No, but the thing is, again, back to intent. I think they would understand. It's just that they disregard said identity of the.
Which is why the symbolism's all dark around them.
Yeah, and that's why it's profane. So if you're building if you're building a robot for like a robot fight, those things that you do, especially like in Japan, like robot wrestling, it's not considered profane because we don't really, like you said, the materials that you twist to make that
you're
robot
so disconnected from their original identity that you fail. You really do fail to see it out of ignorance, where it's harder to play ignorant with a fucking
But let's
corpse.
say I show up. Let's say I show up. Let's say I find a way to raise corpses in this world, right? Like materially, and then I show up at the robot wrestling with a dead dog.
Yeah.
Functionally, it's the same thing, but because that people acknowledge it's a dog,
they still see a bit of its original identity.
Yeah, and people will look at me with disgust, right? Because I just completely disregarded.
So you're saying the Oka are worse than poor Akazu?
Yeah.
I'll have to think on that, but no, I think you're on the right track with that.
Yeah, obviously it's all about perspective. It's possible that some would consider that raising the dead is less profane than creating mechanical, like artificial animated things. It depends a bit on context, right? Like let's say said culture is very, I would detached from the resources in their environment, right? So they're they don't want to manipulate the environment at all. Obviously, to them, such a thing would be very, taking resources from the environment to build something and use it for a purpose would be considered profane.
Yes.
And depending on how strong those beliefs are, that might actually be more sacrilegious to them than actually using a corpse, because they might have a different hierarchy of significance.
Yeah, basically, in that case, they treat the identity of. I guess I'll be general. The natural world as more sacred than the identity of individual people or even civilizations.
Yeah.
Where some cultures, the identity of the culture is more the human aspect. That identity is more higher on their hierarchy than the identity of the natural forces that they are warping to their purposes. I'll take it
even further. A carpenter is a necromancer.
Yeah.
You know why?
If I can use the imagery of Cain and the line of Cain, that's where he's a carpenter.
Yeah.
He was an artificer.
Because
the Watchers taught him necromancy.
So actually, oh my god, I had a just realization. You can make it even more. Okay, so let's say I don't know if you're that familiar with Tekken, right? But it's just example that sprung to my head. Mukujin, that wooden guy, right? In Tekken that you can fight. It's like a wooden. It's an animated.
The cylinder punching bag dude that's made.
Exactly. So wood is alive. It's a living thing, and you're warping it to something else, disregarding of what it really was to project your own.
Yeah, you're killing the original identity. That's the symbolism of the skin of death. That's the symbolism of all technology. It's you're taking dead things and you're using it to preserve your own identity. That's what technology is.
Yeah.
Your technology is taking death and using it against death to preserve your own cohesiveness. That's all technology. So I think you're right.
So
I think
but
the
thing is,
distinction really is just the art of it,
yeah.
the artistry of how one goes about it. That's probably the only real distinction.
And it's a very important distinction because it does determine how, within the context, how, again, I like to use the word profane, but how profane it is, because it's all about.
As Insight points out, how do they survive without taking resources from the environment? You can't. You will die if you don't. So it's like this. It's this really interesting conundrum. I know I bring up Western theology a lot, but in Western theology, there's this idea that you have to do that. That's the first quote unquote technology that humans have is the garment of skin, which is they create clothing to cover themselves.
Yeah.
And then there's this process after where the line of Cain starts to develop more technologies. He develops metallurgy. His line develops all these different technologies, and it preserves his identity for a time, but it all inevitably turns against him.
Yeah.
And then it results in the world destroying itself. So it is like this very strange conundrum where humans are like, they're stuck in this. And basically the idea is the more garments of skin you add to yourself, the more you lose of yourself, which I guess was going hand in hand with what you were saying about, spreading yourself across corpses.
It's beautiful.
That's actually in Lord of the Rings, that's kind of what Sauron sort of represents. Actually, I can think of a more modern example instead of going to Lord of the Rings. A spacesuit. You put on an astronaut suit, and it holds off the death of a vacuum of space. But in that situation, you literally cannot remove that garment of skin or it'll destroy you.
Yeah.
That's the conundrum that humans are stuck with. The more technology, the more garments of skin you add to yourself, and the more you push yourself into death, the more you can't survive without it. So I suspect the answer is there's some kind of balance or threshold that.
Yeah.
I mean, in specifically the Western tradition, there is this idea that even technology itself is redeemed in the end. So I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what that means, though. So I'm not going to try.
I do think it's very important to consider that. I think most humans, let's say I did raise a corpse, right? I managed to find a way to do that, and I tried to explain it away and say, yeah, dude, it's just the same thing as building an android. Why are you mad? Most people are obviously not gonna buy that at all, even if the process is the same, because, like you said, they see the thing that I animated for what it was.
So what you're trying to say is the Guardians in Breath of the Wild are the same as Symbolism in Breath of the Wild.
Yes.
Oh no! No.
I just realized that if someone just jumped into the stream at no context, they just sit here for 5 minutes, hear me argue that raising the dead is technology. It's like, what the fuck is this?
I do feel bad for people that jumped into this more than halfway through and they're just completely lost.
I mean, it's fascinating though, but I do think even if you wanted to, if you have to add a material component or a materially functional component to something, be it fiction or whatever, right? You can still always take a step back and see if there's something more there than just it being there for the sake of it being functional, right? And that's why when talking about animation and animating stuff, be it golems, drawings, or corpses or whatever, I still think the process is the same.
Yeah, I think you're onto something.
It's all about projection. Hell, you're a necromancer. You're taking those innocent pixels and warping them to your own agency.
Yeah,
you're a necromancer too. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, we're all doomed.
You didn't ask the pixels. You just did it.
Oh my goodness. Well, the thing is, I do think I imagine the positive aspect of the positive, or the light side of that is something like naming the animals. If you know what I'm getting at, I suspect that might be the proper. I don't know. I'd have to think on that some more. I'm really sad I lost that one video. That video was so insightful.
The interesting thing though is that in certain cases of because not all necromancy is similar to kind of like creating the golem, right? Because you can raise a corpse but still acknowledge the identity it had, right? And we see this in fiction all the time where the corpse is still sentient, like it is alive but it's not. And different subject matter tackle that differently. Some still had the underlying message that it's still profane because you're still you're interfering with something that you're not supposed to interfere with. In other cases, it's not always a bad thing, because again, you're not disregarding the agency of the thing that you're animating.
I definitely have to. We might have to do like a part 2 on necromancy in a year from now. Because we're definitely getting into places that the limits of my understanding are being reached, and I don't want to go too far on and start speaking of things I don't quite understand, because then I'm just gonna be speaking in tongues, and I might be inviting all kinds of spirits that have been long dead into the conversation.
Yeah, I've been working around the topic for a while, but but you get what I mean now, right? After explaining it.
Yes.
So that's what I was just kind of, I basically, I just had to go on a huge tangent to explain why I had the idea that I had, because it wasn't like coincidental or anything. But that's good. I guess we can move on to a different Stalfos topic.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of any really in particular. I guess we could, I don't know if you want, we could just go right into the Q&A. Maybe we can go on for a half hour.
I have one question.
Oh, you have a question? Oh, go on.
Yeah.
What's your question?
No, because I remember we talked. You probably don't remember, but I do, because I'm a nerd. Like last year, sometime long ago, when we were, we were talking about the Sheikah clans, right?
Yes.
I asked you, is Asrili Sokala, because it would make sense, and you said, I don't know, I have to think about that. It's been like 9 months.
I have to be honest, I haven't thought about it since then, so I need to think about it again. I forgot. I'm too busy.
I remember I asked you, and were like, yeah, that probably, I don't know, I have to think about it. I'm like, okay. So I wrote it down, and I still remember it.
I forgot, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I was just curious because she is, related to the stuff, so it just came up at the moment. I think I wanted to ask you last week, but I forgot.
She probably is. Just off the top of my head, she probably is.
I mean, it would make sense just appearance-wise, the red hair and all.
Yeah. Just red hair. She must be related to Malin.
Yeah. But the funny thing is,
Malin's a Sheikah, confirmed. I'm just kidding.
I didn't remember it, but the reason I asked is because Looper asked me recently, and I was like, and I just parroted what you say. Yeah, probably, maybe, because I wasn't sure, because I thought, you probably forgot.
So, yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'll have to think on that again, but you're probably gonna have to remind me again, because there's so many things that keep coming up and distracting me. All the fairies, they're fluttering around me and they're distracting me. I need to stay focused. Go away, little wild demons.
I don't blame you at all, but it's funny, and I'll tell the chat. It's like, I would say of all the discussions we've had regarding the lore, like I would say 50% of the stuff you forgot. Because every time I bring it up, you're like, oh, I don't remember.
Because there's just too much shit I have to keep track of now.
So I actually have, every time we discuss something, I actually have I have a document where I put like actual notes. I put a date, so I remember when it was. So I don't go crazy.
2014. He still has not addressed this 9 years later.
But that's the thing, though, because I remember it. I remember a lot of. I would say I remember most of it. It's just that when, let's say, you forgot something, or someone else forget something here, right? And I'm like, no, but you definitely did say that, and everyone was like, no, I didn't, and then I start to doubt myself. Wait, did I dream about that, or make it up, or what happened, right? So that's why I started to write it down, just to have like an anchor in reality. I'm like, okay, I'm not crazy.
Yeah, I'm probably the crazy one. I think we determined that years ago.
It's okay. A little craziness is healthy. Yeah, but I guess we can move into the Q&A unless you want to talk about something else.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head, so I just say I'll do a Q&A and kind of wrap up in like the next half hour, unless there's tons of really great questions. But I'm aiming for a half hour.
Yeah, let's say that. So there you go, guys. Just ask away, and I'll see if I can.
Yeah, Deox will probably do a better job at keeping track of the questions than me, because the chat is actually we've gone 2.5 hours without it disconnecting.
Yeah,
that's amazing. That's like that's the longest we've gone on without it disconnecting.
I feel bad for the first people that gave up, because we had like 30 something viewers at the start, and I assume some of them are the people that jumped off. They're like, oh god, technical issues, I'm out.
Yeah, well, hopefully if we do this again next week or the week after, hopefully we'll have this luck again.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so guys, everyone, you can ask your questions.
Q&A time. Ask your questions. I'll try and keep track of them all. Deox will probably do a better job keeping track of them.
Okay, I got a question. I made a question about the Wind Tribe. Will they get their own faction, or will they stay in the Akala roster?
They're part of Akala. They're the heavenly component of Akala. And the Minish are the earthly component, and the Akalans are the in-between. Yay!
Yay!
they're the heaven and earth. That's why the Minish are so small and low to the ground. Oh, I love it.
Not a question that just funny, so I wanted to read it out. I like how the backdrop to this discussion of the sanctity of corpses and persistence of identity is best girl having a big think. Is true.
Is what?
Sorry, because best girl having just a
big
think.
Yeah.
And we're talking about shaping of flesh and, dead materials and sanctity and stuff. It's just funny. So just sorry, looking at us like, what the fuck?
Oh, I see a question. I feel like I have answered this question like multiple times, but I don't know, maybe they weren't in some of our last few streams. But what is the Tweely realm, since it's not a planet anymore? The best way I could describe it is, if you're familiar with the Norse worlds, the Tweely realm is kind of like Jotunheim. The Tweely realm, okay, I really want to make these videos now. I just really need to find time to do them. In ancient cosmology, what you have is the center, and then you have the margin. The center is like the known world. It's like your community, it's your farm, it's all the categories and identities and everything that has been categorized that you understand, and then you have on the periphery of the center what's called the margin. And the margin is where things are kind of not clear. The rules are kind of vague and ambiguous, and you start to see things like hybrids, things that don't quite make sense, and where identities don't quite make sense. And that is how all ancient cosmology is. You have your center and your margin. And the Tweely are basically the culture that perpetually exists on the margin at its most extreme, before things become pure chaos.
It's an interesting kind of mirrors in the Elder Scrolls and I've seen it been kind of proposed in terms of when interpreting Norse worlds, is that the creation and the state the world was in before everything was molded into what we consider the world is a time without a place, and everything and all the worlds are reflections of the actual world in a way, and they are places but without time. And then you have our world, which has both.
Yeah.
Which is pretty interesting. I just think it's very interesting, and it kind of shows that the rules that we like to think of when experiencing this kind of the world we live in, that's not how it works those other worlds. I wouldn't calling it a world is kind of discrediting it what it might be.
Yes.
Uh, I, plane is closer, but it's not really it either.
No,
I don't think.
It's like I was actually talking to you about it shortly after one of our other streams. I think the best way to understand like the worlds of mythology is they're a manner of acting out.
Yeah.
Like for example, Jotunheim. It's the place of the exile. If you are acting out the part of the exile, you are in Jotunheim.
Yeah.
Or Helheim, if you're acting out the part of, being a dishonored dead person, which everyone does, well, not everyone, but people generally do when they die because they're a corpse that can no longer interact with the world. They're acting out a Draugr in Helheim. That might not be the best example, but I think you know what I'm trying to get at. Like, how you act in the world determines. I use the word world there. How you act determines what world you're in.
Yeah.
Like Shakespeare said, all the world is a stage. In fact, something I just discovered recently, the word person, the etymology of the word person comes from the Latin word persona, which just means mask. So the word we use to describe like one of the most sacred things in our culture, the idea of personhood, of identity itself, comes from a word that just means mask. Something you put on your face to express something else. That to me is fascinating. I love it. Majora is giggling right now.
Okay, so next question.
Oh yeah. Next question.
Dark interlopers, I guess, converts into the Twilly. How does the process work?
They were exiled.
Yeah.
They were exiled to the margins of...
I assume if you want like a very material answer to why they look so different and everything, is like time dilation. Wow.
Nah, I mean, you could use that, but I still think that even that isn't insufficient. That's insufficient. But like I was saying earlier, the margin is where hybridity seems to take place. And look at at least in Nephi canon, all the dark interlopers, they were a bunch of incompatible races, and now they're all blended together in the Tweely realm.
Yeah.
You can't escape the patterns. That was unintentional on my part, and yet I manifested the pattern. Like, I manifested it.
So yeah, so like that would be like the symbolic kind of way of why they manifested in that way. And I know people like, okay, what's the material reason? That's why I said like, time dilation. It's like things don't pass in the same way as in Hyrule, really. So things.
I think it's just because both they're cut off from each other. Like even forget modern physics, forget time dilation. Like say there's two cultures that are in contact with each other, like in Europe, and then something separates those two cultures, like, and then sometime down the road they come back into contact with each other. The way those cultures have developed is going to be completely different. Like time will mean something different to both of them. I mean, look at all the times China like had came up with things that Europe didn't have at the same time, and they had gunpowder, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I think it's something more like that than literal time dilation. It's something like the separation of contact has put them in two different frames of reference.
I know. It's just when I think people ask like, how did the Dark Interlopers and everyone else thrown into the Twilly realm mold into such a unique culture with their own history and everything in such a short span of time, because it is a short span of time, and you could explain the symbolic language behind it, but most people wouldn't really find as sufficient, which is sometimes I think just give them the material answer and they'll be happy.
Well, I know an answer. Well, I don't know if this answer will satisfy people, but the Huns and their relationship to Rome, like the Huns were Roman mercenaries. Like they were chummy with each other, and then in an incredibly short span of time, they were these filthy barbarians that were destroying Rome. Like, the perception of one culture versus another culture can dramatically change in like just a short span of time.
Oh yeah.
I mean, look at America and Japan both pre, during, and after World War II. Like, Japan went from like this weird foreign place to like the arch enemy of the United States, and now like no one considers Japan an enemy, and that's in less than a century. Like, Japan's a completely alien culture in those 3 different periods of time in relation to the United States.
It's just,
and all 3 of them are unrecognizable from each other than, you know, the physical appearance of the people. But even the physical appearance of the people's changed too in just 100 years.
I just think when talking about complex culture, it takes a very long time, actually. For example, that's why even the Norse, when you read Norse mythology, you can still see the patterns of Indo-European mythology there, because it takes forever for stuff to change in a very core. Like at its very core, it takes forever. Architecture takes a long time to change. Obviously, in modern times, it has changed rapidly, and that's mostly because the flow of information is vastly different now than it used to be. It doesn't take thousands of years, obviously, but it does take quite a bit of time, and it mostly due to how the world, each generation looks at, you know, the past, and then they try to improve upon that in some way. It doesn't need to be a functional thing, really, but it at least in their eyes, it's it's an improvement from the last attempt, and then it keeps going and going and going like that until you have a distinct style. And I think that's why
all the roots of the Hylian, Gerudo, and Sheikah cultures are still there in the Tweely.
Yeah,
they're still there.
Roots don't disappear though, right? So, you know, I can still look at Hinduism and clearly see Proto-Indo-European mythology, right? It's like even if it's very far removed from what we would consider Indo-European, it's still very similar. It's the same thing. Like, I'm telling people, like, oh yeah, you want to learn about Indo-European mythology, and they think like, oh yeah, Slavic, Germanic, Celtic, you know, Norse. And I'm like, no, just look at Hinduism. There's lots of sources.
Indus Valley.
Yeah, there's so many sources of like that are it's not obviously completely Indo-European cosmology and myth, but it's very close. And the thing is, you know, if you want to learn about it, you want to piece together Indo-European cosmology, well, you're tough out of luck because we don't have sources on it. The only sources we have are the ones, you know, the cultures that came after the Indo-Europeans, and you kind of just have to try to piece together the patterns that occur. And in that case, Hinduism have vastly more sources.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of going off topic because I'm seeing stuff in the chat, but I think this was if it's the person I remember from last time, this Wispy Whiskers person, I think understands the old cosmology, because they said, I've been building a fantasy world that's based on medieval perception. The world center is the most real world, and the further from the center things become more fantastical and more unstable. Yes, that's not just a medieval thing. That's how the human being just experiences the world naturally. You have everything around you, you have your center, all the things familiar, and then as you expand your horizons, you'll inevitably bump into things that you don't understand, and they're strange, and they defy your categories, and your mind sees hybrids and weird things. You're trying to piece things together, and then if you go too far, that's when you bump into things like dragons, things that are so alien and chaotic they'll just destroy you because you ventured too far from the center.
It's literally the garden, and the garden is, honestly, I think the garden and the farm is the reason we see that pattern so much, is because we are, while we're not as agricultural as we are the successors.
I mean, even think of it more close and more literally. When you see something like in your peripheral vision, you don't see something clearly. It's an amorphous blob. Like, you don't know what it is, and your mind is projecting all these possibilities. Like, oh, was that shape I saw in the corner of my eye a spider? Or was it, like, what is it? That's how the human brain works.
I think like a good way to look at it, and while I think cool idea with Whiskers. It's like, imagine, and that's what the farm thing is, the symbolism behind the farm, especially in agricultural societies, is because imagine that you live on a farm, right? You're a kid and you haven't ventured beyond the farm, and there's this huge dark forest surrounding your farm, right? And you will naturally feel some sort of, you're not necessarily like fear, but there's this unease with everything beyond the fence of the farm, and that's because that's the unknown that represents stuff that you're not familiar with. And that's why, if you look at cosmologies especially, you see this everywhere in like Midgard, or Middle Earth as you guys call it in Norse mythology. It's just a farm. It's literally just you can the farm.
The tree.
Yeah, it's a farm.
I think the tree even predates the farm.
Yeah, the tree.
The tree is like the oldest center that humans have is the tree.
Yeah.
Anything before that, it seems like it's been forgotten from our psyches.
And honestly, it makes sense why the tree would have such a role. I mean, I'm not advocating necessarily genetic memory, but I mean, what did our ancestors do?
That's probably the center for our earliest ancestors was the tree.
Yeah, and,
that was safety, was the tree.
What? Yeah, the local apex predator comes along and you get up in that tree, boy.
And I always suggest that our earliest ancestors must have been absolutely traumatized by snakes more than any other predator. For some reason, the snake. Although I suspect it has to do with how it moves and the fact that we're one of the only beings on Earth that can actually detect the movement of a snake. The other ones being birds.
Yeah.
There's a lot of animals that actually when a snake moves, the way a snake moves like that is because something about the way I don't know if it's the eyesight or the way the brains of other animals work. The snake looks more ambiguous to them than it does to us. Like, for some reason, humans just have the ability to detect snakes, which is really interesting.
Inside actually asked an interesting question. So, not the fire. Actually, fire is also a symbol of that, but it's newer. And another reason why it's not completely related to the tree, it's not in this or the farm, is because fire, while it does represent order, it has this weird aspect that it can represent.
Fire is much more heavenly.
Yeah.
It's more related to knowledge.
Yeah, and also fire has a lot of different connotations. The thing is, the tree or the farm, it just represents home and things that are familiar, which is very, very
old. And fire can be something you're not familiar with. Or something you glean from the fire. That's probably more how I'd word it, but now I'm going way into esoteric land. I'm going to start to sound Gnostic.
See.
And if Wind Winker was here, he would be like, "Oh, fire, Dark Souls." Which, by the way, he confirmed. The other day I was talking about in Dark Souls how humans are naturally like these amorphous, dark, blobby things. That is from Dark Souls. Wind Winker confirmed it. He's like, "Yeah, that's the natural state of humans in Dark Souls. They're like these black, ghostly blob things that have no form, and they in the Dark Souls cosmology, they take the form of whatever principles they stumble on."
I knew that was Wanker. Well, that's what I said. I knew that was Wanker.
Yeah, it was him and not you. So, but I knew it was Dark Souls. I knew it. I was right about that.
I actually need to run to the toilet quick so you can answer a few questions.
Okay. Let me look at some of the questions. How will the necromancy mechanic work? I guess that depends on how either the Zero AD team or Exodarian ultimately implements it. I want it to work similar, I guess, to Warcraft 3, where an enemy dies, and then there will be one or several types of units that can interact with that corpse and then basically raise an undead version of that corpse. So something like that. It'll ultimately down the road, it'll be the skeleton that's raised from the corpse will depend on the specific unit, which is tons and tons of work. So for a long time, it'll probably just be a skeleton based on the size of the enemy. Like if it's a Hylian or a Gerudo that was killed, it'll probably just be a stall troop that's raised from a corpse. But eventually I'll go back and make it so that each race has like their own type of Stelphos that gets raised from the corpse, which will be pretty I don't know, that'll take a lot of work to do. Question, why do you call the hybrid Zora water? I'm not entirely sure if I understand what you're asking. Is there another way you could maybe rephrase that question? Have I called the hybrid Zora just water before? Do you mean, I think I feel like I call all the Zora water. I don't know, maybe Deox knows what you're asking, but I'll wait till he gets back. Let's see what other questions are. I'll come back to that question when Deox gets back, because he might know what you're asking. Is there any races for the Stall Masters, Staldras, and Stalord before death, or no? The Staldra probably were a creature that existed in the past. The Stalord is actually one of the original practitioners of Necromancy. The Stalord is a Kovalian, which there's a hint in the name that it's called Stalord. It might actually not be a servant. Let's see what other questions are. Nephi, are you going to recover the audio files on the wiki? I'm not really in charge of the wiki. Occasionally I'll go on the wiki and do stuff, so if audio files are being removed from the wiki, it's not me that's in charge of that. Demob deleted them. I guess ask Demob. I'm not 100% sure who Demob is.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Demob?
Yeah, I'm not sure who Demob is. Someone on the wiki, I guess.
Oh, that's Codeman.
Oh, it's Codeman. He might be updating them with updated sounds if he's going through deleting them all. He might be updating them.
Yeah, I think Codeman is currently just removing a bunch of old pages that are not necessary anymore and just cleaning up the wiki in general. So I assume he has everything downloaded.
Oh, I know what. Okay, someone asked a question while you were gone, and they basically were asking why we call Lanayru province water. I think you mean how we call Lanayru province water and we call the Dominion ice. Is that what you were asking? Number name? I think that's what they were asking. The reason if that is the question you're asking, the reason that we call Lanayru province water is because their identity is more fluid than say the Zora Dominion. Like, you can even see that just in their physical appearances. I mean, they're literal hybrids of yeah. And in ancient cosmology, water is connected to change and lack of consistent identity and fluidity, things like that.
Sora culture and society kind of, which is very coincidental and cool in a way, is that they change similarly to the element that they best embody, which is very like you said, the Dominion is very orderly. It has a very rigid structure, and then it melts and becomes something like Lanayru.
Yeah, and Lanayru's always in danger of degenerating into even something more chaotic, which is why they're right by the ocean.
Yeah, and even more chaotic than just water is like vapor. It's completely gaseous. It's completely messy, and eventually, and obviously, this process can repeat it again because it's a cycle. So yeah, that's why.
I love how the Zora they beautifully map out onto that.
Yeah, it's great.
Again, without intention, the patterns, they can't be avoided. They can't. They always crop up in everything.
Yeah, it's true.
I still think my favorite one was all the imagery around Saria and Rawlus, and I remember just one day I'm like, you know what? Saria and Rawlus, they naturally would probably be drawn together, and I didn't quite understand why. I was just like, oh, they both lost a parent. You know, they probably both would connect and relate to each other, so they probably associate with each other. And then it hit me one day, like, oh, she's the tree and he's the snake. And they're both missing something from the other that they need from the other. It's like Rawlus is lacking order and she's lacking the element of change that she needs.
I actually have a question. It's kind of it's kind of spoilery, but I don't think people will it's not a big because they don't know the context.
Sure.
Because I actually I had the idea earlier when talking to Angel Falls, I think.
Sure.
Because we were just discussing Twilight Princess, and remember that both you and I we were like we kind of wish that instead of this reincarnation stuff with Link in canon that they had, you know, at the end of Twilight Princess just show that Colin became the new Link through embodiment, right?
Right.
In a way. And I thought, is that something that will happen in Higher Conquest since it didn't happen in canon?
Yeah, probably.
Because
Link becomes a principal.
yeah, because it's hierarchy of embodiment, right? And the reason why we were thinking that because at some point, you know, Link becomes a bit of a grumpy guy, right? He's a bit grumpy. It's a different mask at that point. And
Yep.
at that point, there you still need some, you know, there's a certain embodiment that should be around. That's why I was wondering about that.
The embodiment crossed a river.
Yeah, if that makes sense. But yeah, probably. Okay. Now, I'll take what I get.
Let's see. Is there any race with 4 arms at all in Hyrule Conquest and the Zelda series? If you, depending on how you use the word race, there's many fairies, in particular in Wind Waker, that have 4 arms. I feel like saying the fairies are a race is not an accurate way to describe fairies, but they have 4 arms. The ones in Wind Waker do anyway. I actually don't think there's any others other than those ones that have 4 arms. Was there a Hinox that had 4 arms in one of the games? I feel like there was a Hinox that did, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Not that I can recall right now.
Yeah, I can't remember. Let's see, I probably missed a few questions. Let me see. Saria eternally lacks an element of change being co-carried. Yes. While Rallis doesn't have any stability, he has no consistent father figure. He lives in a culture that's really fluid. He needs that stability, and she needs the change.
I just realized what the 4 arms question was about.
What was it about?
Stylmasters, because they have 4 arms.
Oh, Stylmasters probably what are they called? When you combine the parts of different skeletons together to get something.
Just like a skeletal construct.
An abomination. That's really pushing it when it comes to necromancy. Taking all these different skeletons and molding it into something terrible.
I'm just saying, that's pretty mechanical.
Yeah. Yeah, that's in the line of Cain for sure. Yeah, that's very Frankenstein, I guess. Which Frankenstein I know is inspired by the story of the Golem. So there you go. See, ban Labrina, remove them from the game. I would if I could, but I can't.
That's Iron. I know. I see you there.
Yeah,
I see you there, Iron. Well, I see you there.
Can you ask Deox to talk to Demob to re-upload them? Well, I guess we'll find out why he deleted them in the first place. My guess is he's just going to upload more the updated versions of things if they're getting deleted.
As far as I know, he's just in the process of updating and
he's probably cleaning the wiki and updating it with more consistent information. That'd be my guess. So I don't know. They might be back with better versions in the next few days. I don't know. He's probably asleep right now.
Yeah, the wiki is constantly being updated, and inevitably you're going to come across information that is no longer correct, or at least entirely correct. So, you know, keep that in mind. You can check if you're kind of in doubt if something is canon at this point, or really that, you know, if it's really canon at this point, you check the date of when it was last edited if you're really curious about that. If you don't bother with it, I would just suggest you checking up on the page once or twice just occasionally because we're probably gonna update it. Mostly is Looper, Dark Interloper, and Codeman. They are really good at updating pages. Angel Falls does it as well. I mainly add stuff that is not there. I do fix errors when I see them, but I mainly make new pages or sections for stuff that doesn't have information.
And I almost never put stuff on the wiki unless I feel compelled to. And it's not that I don't want to. I really think I just don't have time for it.
Yeah, I mean,
if I hypothetically finish Hyrule Conquest, then at that point I'd probably start putting stuff on the wiki because I'm like, okay, I'm done. I don't have to actually work on making new things. I can finally sit down and archive all of it into a historical wiki format.
I mean, the wiki is a resource because Hyrule Conquest lore now has gotten so huge. There's so many names, so many events, there's so many plot threads going around, so it's mainly a resource for if it's kind of hard for you to keep a track of everything, then you can go and look it up and you can quickly find out. Yeah, that's the thing that I usually add is dates because everyone gets them wrong. I'm the only one that's so autistic that I remember it. So like if you're really like curious about when specific stuff happened, then you can go on the wiki because I usually add it there.
Tin Lee asked, Neff, your opinion on Kaloctos from Skyward Sword. Legitimately the only thing I like from that game. The boss fight is cool. Yeah, I like Kaloctos. There's several things from Skyward Sword in particular that I do like. I like Moldarok. I've said many times I love the design for Fee, even though I hate Fee as a character. There's several music tracks from Skyward Sword I like. It's just the overwhelming majority of that game I don't really like. Usually, even in Zelda games that I dislike the most, usually there's gleams of something interesting in them. I guess the possible exception being Triforce Heroes. I don't think there's really anything positive in that one.
Fuck Triforce Heroes.
Yeah, I mean, even in Breath of the Wild, I really think they did a good job with the Rito redesigns. What other things from Breath of the Wild do I like? I can't think of any others off the top of my head, so maybe that was it. I'm certain there's other...
Architecture. Breath of the Wild did a lot of nice architecture. Actually, there's a lot of good stuff in there.
Nah, I'm still spurging over the dragon instead of the wolf, so...
Yeah, well, that is... I also spurred about that, but, I'd like to believe that was not the artist's decision. They were kind of, like, told. Like, yeah, we need some totems. What should we do? And they were like, yeah, do this.
Honestly, I mean, I kind of think the Gerudo architecture is okay, but, like, I don't really like the Gorons, how they're just a freaking junkyard. I wouldn't say their architecture is very interesting.
No,
I don't really like the Rito architecture that much, even though I like the actual design for their race.
it's very simplistic, but I guess that makes sense.
I really don't like the Sheikah, the ancient Sheikah wizard stuff that much at all. So I wouldn't say I really like a lot of the architecture from Breath of the Wild. I mean, there is at least an effort behind it, because in most Zelda games, it's just like, especially like the 2D ones, it's just like there's like no real design, I guess, to the architecture. At least I can say in Breath of the Wild, it feels like there's culture behind the different architectures at the very least.
Oh, Sora architecture is really good, actually.
Oh, duh, yeah, I do like the Zora architecture. I forgot about them. There we go.
I mean, it's a really good upgrade from a cave, so I'll take it.
There we go. Okay, I knew I was forgetting something. So I like the Rito redesigns. Other things from Zelda games I dislike that I like. I like the fidelity of the graphics in Hyrule Warriors. I actually think that's the quote-unquote best-looking Zelda game ever made. I don't like the actual designs for some of the characters. Like, I think Saya's outfit and Lana's outfit is utterly retarded, but the actual graphical quality of them is better than any other Zelda game. Like, the actual, the textures and the actual model work. It's all, I don't know, it's
I think
better than any
I
other Zelda game, which is actually kind of sad.
yeah, I was about to say I don't know how sad it is, but I actually think Hyrule might have my favorite art style in Zelda. Like it just like obviously not
Yeah.
necessarily all the outfit designs, but just the art style.
No,
they're
the
going
yeah,
for.
I don't know if style is the word I'd use, but that's the only word I can think of. Um, Aesthetics? I don't know.
Yeah,
But I know what you're
like
saying, and I agree with you.
yeah,
Like
it's like
it looks the best in terms of visual quality. That's
yeah,
the way I'd word it.
like it's
Even
not.
though that game in my mind is like one of the dumbest things that's ever been made. It visually looks better than anything else Nintendo's ever made for Zelda, which again is kind of sad because freaking the Dynasty Warriors guys made that game.
Yeah,
And
it seems to be a trend at this point, honestly.
it's really sad that they're the ones who made the best looking Zelda game, and then the Nintendo juggernaut farts out the ice cream graphics with fog everywhere.
Hey, you didn't want to play Morrowind again.
Yeah. Hey, I play Morrowind with the fog all completely gone, where you could see everything off into. There's that one mod that gets rid of all of it. You could see things really far away. I can't remember what it was called.
Morrowind's graphics extender.
Morrowind graphics extender. That was it.
Yeah.
Although I haven't played Morrowind in like at least 5 years, so. But yeah, there you can usually find nuggets of something good even in the worst Zelda games. Honestly, in everything, like outside of Zelda, in a terrible movie, sometimes there's like a little nugget of something good. It's just a matter of how much you want to put with the crap to get to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure in Breath of the Wild 2 there'll probably be something nice in it. I'm not willing to play that game to get the few little glimmers of positives that I might find in it. I don't have the time for it, honestly.
You'll watch me stream it, right? That'll be good content.
No, I won't. If I do watch a playthrough of it, it won't be in its entirety. I'll probably just look up specific things. I don't know.
Come on, doesn't this sound fun?
No.
You can watch me. You can watch me play it. We can have some people on the stream. I'll have a few drinks and I'll spurg about all the stuff.
No, I don't. I don't. I really don't want to participate in it. I never even got through the first Breath of the Wild. I played like 4 or 5 hours of it and then I was done. So no. Although, okay, if I'll put a little asterisk point. If, and I don't think this will happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happens. If they get a completely different actress to do Princess Zelda's voice, then I will try the game.
Oh my god. Imagine how awkward it would be if they stuck with the same voice actress, right? But they told her to drop the accent she has. That would be so weird.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if they get a different voice actress, I don't think it'll be because of the quality. I think it'll just be because of laziness.
The thing is, I don't think the voice actor. I've said this before. I don't think she's the problem. I think it's the damn director that had no idea what he was doing. Like the actual voice actor, like the voice work director.
I really don't want this to turn into another, freaking me ranting about. I feel like I've said enough about Breath of the Wild and her voice in particular. I should probably get back to the questions. Let's see. I'm not seeing any more oh, here's a question, I think. Hey, Neff, speaking of Zelda, you mentioned last stream that she was the grime in the bucket under the ladder of the ideal. Why you hate best waifu? No, I definitely would say that particular version of Princess Zelda is probably my least favorite. A lot of it does have to do with the voice actress. That, at least the English voice actress, I think she did a really terrible job with the voice. But even outside of the voice, there's a lot of aspects of her character that I don't like. She's clearly, and this probably just has to do with the fact that I'm an old asshole. But she's clearly a character that's intended for, like, millennial teenagers that haven't really experienced the real world yet. If you know what I'm saying.
She doesn't embody any actual wisdom.
Yeah, like, as my fiance pointed out, she doesn't actually embody any wisdom. She's kind of an idiot.
That's kind of the point.
And
I mean,
I know that's kind of the point, which is why it's kind of hard for me. Like, I feel like that probably was intentional, but I would be like, then just make a different character. Like, I don't know.
I think like her entire arc is about being a terrible Zelda. Like that's her entire.
Yeah, I know. That's the irony, I guess, for me is yeah, we did a whole stream about it like a year or two ago. How I think the point of her character is she's not living up to what she's supposed to be. Like, she's not living up to the name. And that frustrates me because Zelda's she's supposed to embody wisdom, not be like this little brat who's a jerk.
The thing is,
I mean, Wind Waker went about it better. She had a completely different identity before she properly embodied Zelda. She was Tetra. Like, that game went about it in a better way. Like, her identity was literally different, or even Sheik. Like,
the thing is, I remember the stream really well, and I remember we talked about that. The fact that she's a terrible Zelda until she finally starts to embody the archetype she's meant to embody, and then everything fixes itself. Because this is a Japanese game, and Japan really like those messages. Do your part and everything will be fine. Be selfish and, live for yourself and everything goes
which is funny because the millennial mindset is, consume, be selfish, consume. So I don't know. Maybe there's some maybe it actually is some genius commentary on, idiot teenagers and I'm not getting it, but I don't know. Yeah, it actually is the boomer mentality. Her father's definitely a boomer.
Damn boomers.
Yeah, Rome is like the epitome of boomer. He's like, just do these things that are supposed to be right. I don't know why, just do them.
Now the funny thing is, here's the thing. As someone said, I actually don't mind anyone that likes. I'm actually less cynical than Neff. I can see the appeal in Breath of the Wild Zelda because I know some people like characters that fail and have struggled with that. Like I that's completely valid. So I don't have a problem, and I do understand why people like Breath of the Wild Zelda because she actually has characterization. You can argue that that's something that the kind of character she is something you enjoy, but she has characterization, which is not always the case. So I definitely understand, and it's it's okay to like her. You're not evil.
My question would actually be, why do you actually like her? I do question the motivations of people who love that particular version.
I think it's because some people do like characters that
I don't think it's a character study though. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like it's a completely different character. I mean, to be fair, I guess every particular Princess Zelda is a little different. So
yeah, I was about to say,
I feel like she really pushes that identity to its extreme, I guess, without like. She's a marginal identity of Princess Zelda.
The thing is, I don't think Zelda is a character. I think she's an archetype.
Yeah.
And all the different. That's why we say Ocarina of Time Zelda, Twilight Princess Zelda, Breath of the Wild Zelda, because they're all different embodiments of that same archetype. It's the same with Batman. They're.
World Forge said it's a stretch to say that Breath of the Wild Zelda has character at all. Let's be real. Yeah, She technically does have some. It's just very weak to me.
No,
and not interesting.
I actually disagree. She has character, but just because you don't like the kind of character she has, that doesn't mean she doesn't have character.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, she does have an arc. Most Zeldas do not have an arc at all. Let's be honest.
I would say the Ocarina of Time one kind of did.
Yeah, she did, and there are exceptions.
Even Skyward Sword Zelda kind of does, but it's kind of a terrible one.
but like she definitely has character. It's just that it's very, and I am not particularly fond of her character either. But I think it's important when analyzing characterization that you need to separate. I don't like this character from bad character, right? That's very important. Like there's plenty of fiction characters in fiction I don't like, but that doesn't mean they're bad characters or don't have characterization. It just means that that kind of character doesn't appeal to me, and that's fine. It does appeal to some other people. That's why that is subjective. But generally, if a character has an arc, they do have a characterization, and she does have an arc. It's just not everyone likes that kind of arc, and that's fine. I'm more this. Actually, it's not even the character that bothers me the most. It's like the subtle implications, the message that the game gives me is that's what I don't like.
Nah, she's a bad character. No, I'm just joking now.
Yeah.
So someone earlier asked which one's my favorite. Said makes sense. In that case, what's your favorite Zelda and why is it Skyward? It's not Skyward Sword Zelda. I'd say Skyward Sword Zelda's near the bottom. I honestly, I'm not sure if I like. If Skyward Sword Zelda might actually be worse than the Breath of the Wild one. I'm not sure.
I think my problem.
They're so different from each other. It's like picking a poison.
I think I have a very weird relationship with Skyward Sword because a lot of its ideas have awesome potential, but they just don't capitalize on it.
So you're saying Skyward Sword it had the spirit, but it failed in its embodiment horribly.
Yes. Yes.
Which is funny because that game is all about the heavens trying to embody at a lower level. So that's really funny. There's something meta going on there.
It's a lot of things in that game there's a lot of things that are introduced in that game that I actually really like, but I don't think it's executed that well, which is a shame. And I do think that I remember when it came out at the beginning, I was optimistic about it because the ideas it presented were interesting to me. But then I feel that they didn't execute it in a proper way, and I think that did sour the experience a lot. And also, I was not a particular fan of the gameplay that much.
See, Woldforge says, I feel like Skyward Sword Zelda decides that she's going to take responsibility for a situation and attempts to do something about it. That part I do kind of agree with. I like the fact that, unlike the Breath of the Wild version, she almost instantly is just like, oh, this is my duty and my responsibility. I guess I'll do it. My problem with her is that she's not human in the way she acts. She's like a weird anime, like, kawaii alien, which there's some degree to that in the Breath of the Wild one, too. Like, they do the stupid cutesy kawaii shit that no actual human being would do. Like, she pushes Link off a cliff because it's cute. Like, no human being would do that. She pushes Link off a cliff, off of Skyloft, almost killing him because it's cute. That hurts my brain. There's no justification for that. That's more of a meta problem. That seems to be a problem in a lot of Japanese media in general, especially like anime. Like, characters do incredibly bizarre and inhuman things just for the sake of making people go, "Aw, it's so cute." The thing is, that's not cute. She pushed him off a fucking cliff and he almost died. That's not cute at all. It's psychopathic. But for some reason, people find it cute. It's the same thing with the frog scene in Breath of the Wild. People think that scene is cute. There's nothing cute about that. If someone in your personal life tried to get you to eat a frog that they picked up off the ground, you would think they're insane. You'd be like, dude, what drugs are you on? And in the best case scenario, you'd think they're just being like kind of weird or they're on drugs or something. Like they're very inhuman in the way they do things.
Those kinds of things, I do acknowledge them, but they don't really bother me anymore. I've been
You've been desensitized.
Yeah, like
they bother me because they weren't in a lot of the older Zelda games.
Yeah.
There was none of that shit in Ocarina of Time. There's none of that in Twilight Princess at all. In fact, I got a new appreciation for the Twilight version of Princess Zelda because my fiance went through Twilight Princess a few weeks ago, and she pointed out like how like and I think that one's probably one of my favorite because she's so dignified. Like, she brings so much respect to that identity, if you know what I'm saying. Or
Yeah.
like, she does not she
I
brings
still don't
no
like her.
dishonor to the name Zelda basically at all. Like, even other Zeldas that have been done well, like the Ocarina of Time one, she does still bring a little bit of dishonor to the name because she technically fucks up in that game and enables Ganondorf to destroy to get the stones to just to take over. But the Twilight Princess one, she has like honor and dignity, and like she doesn't embarrass herself. She doesn't take the easy way out, and then at the end of the game, she like helps you too.
Unlike Ocarina of Time, Princess Zelda, where she like first she's being chic, right?
Yeah.
But then when you're fighting Ganon or Ganondorf, I don't remember which one, she shrieks like a little girl every time you get hit. It's like,
Yeah.
woman, you were a ninja like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. But in Twilight Princess, yeah, she's like, nah, I'm gonna wreck some shit up.
But I actually don't. I've said this before, and I think I do agree that Twilight Princess Zelda has a certain aura that is dignified, but I still think she's a terrible character, mostly because of the way they use her in the game. Because all she does is stand there, stare blankly, and spout exposition.
What else would she do in her position? Like, if the game happens in the same way it transpired, like, what would you do to make her, like, what would you have her do?
I would have to think about that, but I would actually. But obviously, I think the problem that because this is not an inherent problem with Twilight Princess. I've said this before. I don't like Zelda characters at all. I don't think any of them.
Okay, well, you don't like any Zelda character. Interesting.
No, like I can like them at a surface level, but I don't think any of them are particularly intriguing.
Not even Midna?
Midna is okay. She's the better of the bunch, but the thing is, I do like Midna though, because I can, I don't know, not every character needs to be in every form of media needs to be very, needs to have a lot of depth and and all the things that comes with a good character. That's okay. I don't need that always. I just saying, like, compared to other characters, I don't think any Zelda characters are particularly well written, and most of them are saying nonsense. But again, I'd like to stress that's okay. That's not a problem. I just think that the reason why a lot of characters, though, like their characterizations is hurt, is because of how the game is structured.
Yeah, I would agree with you there.
I think that's a big reason why Zelda games fall kind of, they fall kind of short in the story department. That's not because the stories are necessarily bad or anything. It's more just that the structure doesn't allow for the story to grow or the characters. Because here's the thing: how are you going to develop Zelda if you only see her once or twice in the game?
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to. And remember, we see everything from Link's perspective, so we never get her. We get a bit of her perspective, and Sand comes in, but it's not much, right? It's just kind of illusions, their thoughts.
Well, be careful what you wish for, because we might get a lot of Princess Zelda in the next game that's coming out. You might get too much.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, and I always think like, the game. Also, because the game follows a very predictable. All the games almost follow a very predictive formula. So, like, you get the free things, go and talk to whatever princess or whatever story moment, have some exposition, and then we need to get more things. So you go and get that, and maybe there's and then there's some more exposition, and look, there's the final boss. It's the same story structure, and that kind of structure doesn't allow for the story to have some fluidity. Kind of like. Yeah, it doesn't allow the story to have any depth in it. And
I think we've gone way off topic again. But I know what you're saying. You're basically saying that the characters have never really been well developed and at all, which I agree with the exception of Midna.
Yeah,
I actually do think Midna is a fully realized character.
Yeah, she's I agree. She's realized character
one fully realized character in a series of like 25 games is still kind of embarrassing, I guess. But...
Yeah, and I still think that again, Midna is limited by the game she's in due to how it's structured, right? If that makes sense. Like I realized that her character has more potential in a different game. Honestly, I would even go as far and say that's even for Breath of the Wild Zelda, I would say she had more potential in a different game. But due to the structure of how the game give you everything, it's odd, really odd.
Let's see. Actually, the Adam points out the characters are carbon characters, and expecting them to act like normal people doesn't make a lot of sense. Except that they have in many Zelda games. Like, Zelda has acted like a normal human being in multiple games before, so it is possible. It's only in certain games she acts like a kooky Final Fantasy weirdo. So, like, we have examples of her not being an idiot and being weird. Like, in Ocarina of Time, she doesn't do, like, weird, kooky anime shit. Twilight Princess, she doesn't. There's a few examples, so yeah, like, I don't know.
Again, I'd like to stress though the thing with characters is that I do, and now I'm gonna sound really toxic, but I also think on the surface, most people in the real world even are boring. And don't have a lot.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lot of character. I know that's funny, but there's a reason for that, because you don't always get to interact with them in the ways that you need to understand their character. It's the same thing in real life. Like, if there's this guy that you kind of know, you wouldn't call him a friend. You just occasionally bump into him. You know, you're not gonna get the full picture of his character, right? Because the structure of your encounters don't allow for that. It's the same thing with fiction. So, you know, I can't go around arguing that, you know, he's a bad character. A real person is a bad character.
Poorly written. Yeah, a real person can be a bad character.
yeah, in that sense.
But yeah. Man, we're going too meta. We should probably go back to the questions. I think we're going really off topic. Anyway, were there any more questions? I'm sure there are questions we missed, because I think we went on that tangent for like 20 minutes.
I'll do. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, okay. I think Lord of Creation asked. I don't find the question, but I remember he asked that. Are the Red magic related, or are they actually undead?
Both.
I think what I think is referencing is because that stupid retcon in canon that they're made of clay. Remember that?
Funnily enough, the fact that they've been retconned to be made of clay lends a little bit of support to what you were saying earlier about
I know
about robots and the undead.
The thing is,
because what in the original Hebrew golem story, the golem was made of clay.
Yeah, I'll spurg about it, but I'll be the first to acknowledge that it's never been explicitly said that they're actual corpses. It's just alluded to due to the nature of Zelda, right? But so it's technically not a retcon. technically, but
no, they were clearly freaking flesh in Ocarina of Time. The official artwork, they have purple bruises all over them. They have veins. It's a retcon. They retconned him into clay. Thank you, Triforce Heroes. You will not be missed. They're not clay in Nephi canon. They are flesh.
Thank fuck. Okay, Neff, when is the drunk stream you promised last year? The best of the worst stream, not the other Breath of the Wild.
What was the context of that stream that I promised? Because I don't remember it. What was it?
I remember that you talked about it, but I don't remember the context.
You don't remember it either. Whoever asked that question, you're gonna have to remind me what that was. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Maybe it was it a time we said that we talked about if you didn't want to play Breath of the Wild 2 and you didn't want to watch anyone play it, so I said, okay, how about I play it and then we get drunk.
Oh, I get drunk while playing Breath of the Wild 2?
No, we just discuss it after it's been out for a while.
Oh, okay. If that, I mean, I'm probably gonna end up discussing it anyway, so might as well get some hard cider for that discussion. I don't know. I really have no interest in playing that game though. I know I'll hear all about it just because everyone on the Discord and all the YouTube recommendations. So I'm certain just through osmosis I will learn about things from the game, but I really have no motivation to go out of my way. If that makes any sense at all.
Oh yeah, that's yeah, Adam. Yeah, you're right, Adam. He got it. What he said with the context. That's right. I remember now.
Oh, it was just a joke I made?
Yeah. Best of the worst. Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe I'll do a. We'll see how I feel after the game comes out.
I think we've had several like drunk stream jokes, honestly.
Yeah.
Because I remember a few. Oh yeah, here we go. Someone already confused about undeads aren't robots because robots are golems. I knew it would come up eventually.
Yep. The particulars.
I'll just answer that question quick. You can look into it yourself because I'm not the only one who has discussed this. It's basically, no, they're not the same. A golem and an undead corpse, like an undead, are not the same, but the process of reanimating them is the same. And the reasoning behind it is the same thing, or very related. That's all I say. So
they have a similar spirit about them.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, is there any more questions? I'm looking through and let's see. I'm gonna scroll back up. Is it possible to make Demoko a hero unit so we can see him fighting with Sulcaris? And yeah, Demoko is a hero unit for the Oka. Yeah.
Okay, I guess you kind of answered this before, but so Nephi, what is the next faction that you're the most hyped for besides the next ones coming up? And that's.
I think ultimately, after all is said and done, the Rito will probably be one of my favorites, and all of the Tweely factions.
Yeah, I was about to say just Tweely in general is like, okay.
There's it happens really frequently. I'll be working on something and I'll just be like, can I just like do Tweely stuff right now? And I'm like, I can't, because I have to finish all the things I've set out doing. So the Tweely in general, not in particular, I'm kind of just I'm really looking forward to. I think all the Tweely stuff will be the best stuff that I make.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in it.
I mean, even just from a purely aesthetic argument, I think they win. They have such a cool design.
Yeah, and yeah, just everything really. Architecture, just their actual appearance is all really
yeah, and that's just the surface level stuff. There's even more interesting stuff beyond that.
Yeah. And I do like how the Tweely, ironically, I'm not talking about Midna, because while Midna has a good design, in the end, she doesn't look like the rest of her race, which bothers me a lot.
Oh, I completely forgot. I know what you're getting at. I'm not sure how many people are aware.
Now, like, the Tweely...
We'll keep that a surprise.
Yeah, like, that actually bothered me even as, you know, when I played Twilight Princess for the first time, because we get to see how the Tweely look after you free them, and we get to see how, you know, Sand looks. And then Midnight looks nothing like her race. And I know why they did that, I'm not dumb. And it makes me mad.
She's the bridge between the two cultures, so she would appear more human to Link.
They did it because they wanted her to be hot. Let's be honest.
Okay, well, they have to be the bridge has to be created in order for that to be. So I'm half right. And then you point me to all the degeneracy on the internet to contradict me.
No, but I with exception, besides Midna, I think the aesthetic of the Tweely are really cool as a race. They are kind of like, they're humanoid, but they're not like a boring humanoid race we've seen a billion times already in fantasy, which is why I think they're really cool. And I've seen, because we only get like, how many models do they have in Twilight Princess? Like 3? Like the generic Twilly mod. I
They've
think there's
got
3
the
models.
generic one. There's 3.
Yeah.
There's Ant and Midna, and then there's several creatures. But yeah, there's only 3 generic Tweely in that game.
Yeah. And you get a kind of like a, an idea of how they would look like based on those 3 models. And, the Twilly community has just gone crazy with like really good Twilly designs.
Yeah.
That
I'm
are
gonna,
like,
I'll ask the respective creators first, but I'm gonna try and incorporate as much of it as I can, except for the ones that don't want it. But just to kind of honor that little community that seems to still exist.
Yeah. I don't know if you're aware, but there is a person on the Hyrule Conquest Discord that still posts like fan Twilly stuff.
Cool.
In the
No, I
creative
haven't
channel.
noticed. You're gonna have to point that out to me.
Yeah, it's sometimes they post like sketches and concept art and stuff in the creative channel. It's really good. So
See, someone asks, Neff, has there been a Zelda game you worked on that was similar to the monstrosity that was Project Cursed? Also, sorry for bringing up bad memories. Not in the sense of like the process of making the game. I've been able to, I finished all my really old Zelda games without a lot of hiccups. I would say the end results of the old RPG Maker games I made were probably on the level of the disaster of what Project Curse would have been like if it was finished. My really old Zelda games are really bad. I highly recommend not playing them unless you're morbidly curious about history. Unless you want to be a necromancer, basically.
I'm still waiting for the last entry of the RPG trilogy.
No, it'll never happen. I remember there was going to be a 3rd one, and then I'm like, I was just... Yeah, there was several months there after I finished Time's Menagerie where I was never going to make a Zelda thing ever again. I'm like, you know what? I made 2 Zelda games. I haven't liked the last 2 Zelda games. I think this is a good stepping off point. And I goofed around a little bit in RPG Maker after that. Then I was like, nah, I'm done with Zelda. Then I discovered I could mod Medieval 2. And here I am almost a decade later.
Jesus.
It's really weird to think it was this close to Neffy like never making Zelda things ever again, because I was satisfied. I'm like, I did it. I made 2 Zelda games. I'm gonna move on to Sigma and other things, and then goddamn Medieval 2 came along.
Yeah, let's make the next. Let's
Huh?
make the next chapter. As Adam said, let's make the next chapter to Time's Menagerie.
No.
Yeah, we need to.
No, I don't even like turn-based RPGs like that.
The funny thing is, I actually remember hearing about the 3rd game. I was really excited, and it never happened.
No. I have
Actually,
a few small prototypes of different directions, but no, it never got made, and it never will. Not by me, anyway. I'll have some angry fan who makes the 3rd one. I hate the direction Neffy went with his RTS games. I'm gonna make the 3rd RPG to his epic trilogy that he never finished 20 years ago.
You know that's going to be Vanker, right? If
It's
anyone
gonna
does
be
it,
Vanker.
if anyone is going to do it, it's gonna be him.
Yeah. And after I had started on Hyrule Total War, there was actually someone who went back and started making an HD version of the Fallen Sage, but they disappeared after a while. They were like
Really? I didn't
updating
know
all
that.
the graphics to it and fixing the bugs and stuff. So I don't know. Maybe someday after I'm dead, there'll be the Fallen Sage HD, and it'll actually be decent. Let's see, Undying Nephilim. Could you do a playthrough of all your old games? No. If I could, I would be like Hylia and try and erase them, but I do have them floating around for the people that are interested to try them, but I don't want to. I don't like them.
You took the comics from us. Don't dare to take away.
Yeah, I successfully managed to wipe 99% of my stupid comic from the internet. I have no idea how, so
I know there's someone out there that has it.
What?
I know there's someone out there that still has it.
I don't know. Codeman's pretty good at digging up the dead, and Codeman has not been able to find it.
No, I mean, but the thing is that there's probably someone that is not active in the community, because I know how it used to be back in the day. People would save images all the time, right?
I mean, quite a few of the pages are saved, and they're the ones that can still be found. Like, it's not completely gone, but most of it. I mean, I still have it all backed up. I still have the whole comic, except for a few pages that have been lost. There were the newest pages that I was in progress on, but I didn't actually finish. Those pages are lost forever, but I do have like almost all of it saved. But I don't know, it seems like a lot of it's gone from the internet, and I'm kind of happy about that.
Really?
It's pretty bad. I mean, no one can see it on the stream right now, but you actually have an image from that comic as your icon on Discord.
What? Oh yeah.
Yeah, you have an image from that comic.
Yeah, of course. I still have a few pages on my old computer.
I have all of them.
No.
I did share some of them like a year ago with the Discord,
Yeah,
so I guess technically now there's more of them out on the internet.
Because
But...
I remember it was like me and Vanker, we were like, can you please find that page? There was like one page, I don't remember which you couldn't find, and we were all really bummed about it.
Yeah, it's I know what page you're talking about. It's related to Vadi. It's one of the pages that was lost.
Well, at least we got the wins.
I think we got off topic again. We're really terrible.
Yeah, we are.
We should probably wrap this up soon, so I'll probably... So we've been going almost 3 hours. Yeah, definitely. We've gone over 3 hours, so I think it's. I'll answer like 2 or 3 more questions. Let's see. Post them on DeviantArt along with new studies. I do have a lot of my new artwork I haven't posted. A lot of my just random doodles. Oh, maybe I should put some of it on. Put some of it on DeviantArt. I don't know. I almost never put anything on DeviantArt anymore because DeviantArt's...
You should post more of your concept art, honestly, because it's pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't done any in like 2 or 3 months. The last ones I did was actually related to Lear a few months ago. And it's sitting incomplete. No, actually, I did some Rito stuff a few weeks ago. That's also incomplete. See, someone asked... how do I feel about Spirit Tracks Zelda? I actually feel like she kind of... You mean the Princess Zelda? If you mean the Princess Zelda, it's... I feel like she has kind of a similar problem where she does a lot of the goofy anime stuff. Like a lot of the really bizarre like anime mannerisms where they're clearly just trying to, make her super cute in a way that's not really natural. So I don't really like the Spirit Tracks version of Princess Zelda that much. She's too weeaboo for me. Deox, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just snickering.
Yeah, you're like snickering. You're like, what? Do you have something to add about it?
No, it's just that I actually think, I don't know, maybe because the game is so silly, but actually I think she's funny, and she has some funny scenes, and I think because I don't take the game very seriously.
Okay, well, I guess in that context, I don't see how anyone can take that game seriously. So
I still think Spirit Tracks, I'd say, is actually less criminal than Phantom Hourglass, but I still think it's kind of soured the legacy of Wind Waker.
I would flip those around, but I understand you hate Phantom Out. Is it true that that's the one you hate the most, or do you hate Triforce Heroes more?
Triforce Heroes probably, but Phantom Hourglass is not, far behind.
Okay, I guess to specify, like, what do I mean by anime stuff? Like,
yeah,
exactly that. Yes, shit like that, or they'll make weird sound effects, like yeah, like what the hell is that? They don't do that in Disney movies. Like usually it is like weird sound effects. Like they'll just and you know what I mean. Does Triforce Heroes count anymore? Nah, I don't even think Triforce Heroes counts as a Zelda game anymore. I don't even hate the game because it's like no one even like remembers it exists.
The problem, I think the problem, again, I'm a lore buff, and it bothers me that they canonized it. Like, they actually, they even said, obviously, the Zelda Encyclopedia is kind of like, how canon it is sort of dubious due to some bullshit.
The orthodoxy of Zelda.
Yeah, like, we're not sure how canon it is, but just the fact that someone even said that, yeah, Hytopia is geographically positioned north of Hyrule, really, really bothered me.
I think that, I mean, I agree, that's really dumb, but I think that actually bothers you more than, like, more than me.
Imagine you have all this dark shit that's happening in Hyrule, you know, the Civil War prior to Ocarina of Time, you have the events of Twilight Princess, you have even Breath of the Wild and the Calamity and everything, right? And just north of that...
Just north of that is Hytopia?
Yeah.
That
really it's really bothering me, because even that kind of, for me, because I see, while I can see each game as its, you know, self-contained story, I still always have the larger lore and world in the back of my mind.
You can't do that because Nintendo doesn't.
I actually played, because we had it lying around and we hadn't actually played it, so I played through the Twilight Princess, you know, HD with my girlfriend because she hadn't played it. And we played through it, and I remember telling her, well, I think it was while, you know, Zelda was... No, it was Sant when he was monologuing, you know, in Linear Spring. I actually turned around and told her, I'm thinking of Hytopia, and it really bothers me right now. I can't take this seriously.
Trying to put together a cohesive Zelda narrative is just as fruitless as trying to resurrect dead pagan religions at this point.
Yeah, it's really hard.
It's necromancy.
It's really hard for me to enjoy the awesome Linear cutscene in Twilight Princess, you know, where they actually allude to Link chopping off Ilia's head, and then in the back of my mind...
In the back of the mind, you're just picturing the king of Hytopia and his Burger King face in the background. Just like as a ghost behind Linear, you see his crying face. He's always there, his spirit is haunting you.
Yeah, Twilight Princess is tackling some really dark stuff, and in the back of my mind, I know, because I read it, north of this place, people are dressing up as frogs, and yeah, the Burger King face, and yeah, it's...
The funny thing is, something with that concept of people dressing up in, like, garish costumes and stuff, like, something like that could be done well. Like, there's cultures that do that. Just look at freaking Mardi Gras, like, it's just done in such a dumb way. I don't know.
The princess of the kingdom is called Styla.
Never mind, it's irredeemable. No, I don't like Triforce Heroes. I've never played it. I've never even played it. It's the only Zelda game I've never actually, like, tried. Well, for one, I couldn't even find it anywhere, so... Even if I wanted to try it, I wouldn't have been able to buy it. And it seems like most people just forget it even exists, so I don't even really think about Triforce Heroes that much. I don't have the ghost of the king of Hytopia in the background of my mind when I'm watching scenes from Twilight Princess. No, for me, the spirit that haunts me is I hear the voice of Patricia Somerset doing Princess Zelda in the back of my head. I hear her fake English voice in the back of my head whenever I watch a scene from Twilight Princess.
I still think Mipha is
I hear
worse.
her talking in my ear.
I still think Mipha is worse, and I think you're kind of crazy for not realizing how bad Mipha is.
No, Mipha's voice is terrible. Just
yeah, but
Princess Zelda's bothers me more because she's supposed to be the main fucking character. Like, Mipha's just a dumb side character.
When Mipha said something, I don't remember exactly, something like, if this Calamity Cannon really does appear, what can we really do?
She sounds like a fish.
Like we know. I'm like, what the fuck? Someone asked, let's see if I can get the question up again. Nef, you complain about anime stuff, but the Fairies of Tarm is the most weeaboo shit you made, dude. How?
They're insane. They're supposed to be like wacky and insane, though. They're not like the main characters that you're supposed to relate to. Like the Great Fairies in Ocarina of Time are babbling and insane. Like the fairies are supposed to be like fragmented wild principles that lead you nowhere. That's what they symbolically are. Like they're supposed to be weird and insane. Princess Zelda is a main character that you're supposed to have a connection to. Like that's the difference. Does that make any sense at all? Or am I don't know, maybe I'm way off.
Nef is really trying to embody Hylia and erase the past. No weeaboo shit.
What am I trying to embody?
Hylia, you want to erase the past?
Yeah, which is why I say like I completely understand why Hylia does what she does. It's really hard for me to like live up to Midna's point of view.
But
which is why I don't think I actually take a side on that kind of theme. I'm gonna end up leaving that open to. I guess it's come spoilers territory. There's going to obviously Midna and Hylia are gonna butt heads on this issue, and I'm going to try and have a fair back and forth between the two, and the audience will come to the conclusion on their own, like which stance is better. Because I do think there is validity in. No, I don't. I'm with Midna. Sorry, I don't think erasing history is a good idea.
I mean, honestly, it backfired hard on Hylia though. Like
it did.
She basically, and this is not really spoilers because it's on the wiki, so I'll just say it. But she kind of, because she erased that history, she kind of lost like the opportunity to find out she's been fucked over. So
yeah,
I mean
would that be inverse necromancy?
Yeah,
it's like we found the inversion of necromancy. He's destroying all history. I guess that's why Hylia is opposed to the undead so much. Interesting. Yeah, I see the viewer counts going down, so I don't know, maybe we should wrap it up.
Yeah,
we have been going almost 4 hours. I think that's the longest one we've ever done.
Oh no, maybe not. Yeah, stream. We had some longer live chats. I think we did one for like 7 hours at some point. It was crazy.
Oh yeah, we have done longer before. Yeah, like a year ago.
But yeah, I just wanna. Worldforge said, in response to the anime voice, and it said, "Man, I got some bad news for you, friend people. Friend people do that over there in the motherland of glorious Nippon." And here's the thing, I disagree. I actually disagree, because that's kind of the idea a lot of people get when they go to Japan, because they have this from media. And while it certainly does happen sometimes, it's Japanese people are really, really calm most of the time. Do not be deceived by their media at all, please.
Don't be deceived by weeaboo.
Yeah, like when you go there, it's actually sometimes they're so calm and polite, and I don't know. It's actually more frustrating than I sometimes when I lived there, I would prefer that they would be Kia.
Maybe the Kia is like their repression, like breaking out or something. Uh-oh, I think the stream actually just died.
That's the perfect end.
Yeah, we're gonna end the stream anyway, but Poodles, if you guys could still hear us, but yeah, that would be the perfect place for it to die. We made it almost 4 hours without a single issue, and then it finally starts to die.
Adam, I can answer just Adam. Do you think saying Japan is weird is an overrated sentiment for normies? Yeah, I do think it is. It's like, haha, it's so weird. And here's it is weird from my cultural standpoint, right? It is weird. But obviously I'm biased because I do speak the language, and I did study Japanese for 3 years. I've been to Japan, and so I'm kind of biased. So a lot of their stuff doesn't it doesn't bother me anymore because it's like Yenef said, I've been desensitized. But I do think it's like,
Desensitized.
yeah, desensitized. Like, but I do think it's like kind of a normie statement. Like, oh, aha, so weird. Like every culture is weird. It just depends on
I
perspective.
think honestly that's like my problem with Breath of the Wild. It feels like a normie game. It feels like a game made for like normies that don't. You know what? Am I making any sense at all, or would you agree with me? Would you say it's like the most normie Zelda game ever made?
No, the thing is, when I think of normie games, I think of like FIFA and pew pew shooters. That's like that's when I think of normie games. That's what I think of. However, I do think Breath of the Wild did. I would say Zelda was always in the mainstream, but Breath of the Wild really pushed them in really far into.
That's why I get that vibe, because so many normies that like didn't really care about Zelda like are all into Zelda because of that game. It really feels like it was, I don't know, targeted to that demographic. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe not intentionally. It seems to have really caught on with people who very casually play video games. I've even seen quite a few videos on YouTube about how like people who've never played video games, they got into gaming because of Breath of the Wild, which is an interesting phenomenon. But it wouldn't surprise me, because there's things about the game's presentation that makes me think like this is like Star Wars, where it's like basic bitch basically.
Yeah, like
that's how I would describe it. It's like it's very basic bitch.
I don't think I would not call Breath of the Wild a normie game. Because I don't think, but it did bring in a normie crowd. But you know, that's it. It's not the first kind of thing that has done that, right? So I wouldn't say they're necessarily related. I just think, honestly, it's hard to tell. I think it maybe just came. It had the right kind of art style and themes and characters, and it came out around the time that was probably ideal for it, which brought in a lot of people, and it did have a lot of marketing. You know, the hype was immense. I think a lot of people, I mean, how many people have seen that last story trailer? Like 17 million people on YouTube?
I don't know the number. And
oh yeah, another thing, it was a launch title for the Switch. That's a big one. That's a very big one.
I am kind of curious. Well, we can't because we don't have alternate history. But I would be curious to see how things would have turned out if it released on the Wii U.
Yeah,
that would be an interesting alternate history.
I do think it was really hard carried by the fact that it was a launch title for the Switch.
Yeah.
So it's about timing and a bunch of different factors. But I wouldn't even call Zelda a normie game, because it's really not. It's sure the fan base is huge, and there is a certain kind of normie quirky geek culture attached to Zelda. You know, like
I would, like you said, I feel like Zelda has been it is kind of mainstream. It's before Breath of the Wild came out. Like everyone knows what it is, even people who don't play games. Same thing with like Mario. But I don't know. I feel like normie and mainstream are still two different things. I don't know. Like, what is your definition of normie?
Normie is very hard to pinpoint, and obviously the term is kind of ambiguous in its definition, because my definition, like what I consider normie, is not what everyone would consider normie. But for me, I don't know. A normie to me seems like a very like. There's an expression in Norway where we refer to someone as a sheet of paper, like a regular sliced sheet of paper, right? And that's kind of what I mean. A normie to me is the person that don't have any particularly strong passions.
Yeah, I would say that the passion is a key trait, or lack thereof.
Yeah, and strong passions, defining hobbies and characteristics. When I imagine a normie, it's the kind of people when I went to university, I would ask them, "Oh, so what do you do for fun? What are your hobbies?" And they're like, "Well, I like movies."
To me, a normie.
I like Walking Dead. Dead is pretty cool.
Let's say a normie plays a Zelda game and they like it. To me, a normie would be 100% fine if Zelda ceased to exist as an identity after that point. They wouldn't be bothered by it at all. They'd be like, oh well, whatever, I'll find something else. To me, that's a normie. They have no actual investment. They just were entertained by what they participated in, and then they don't care if it continues or if they move on to something else.
Yeah.
To me, that's a normie.
I have a prediction on that, and I actually kind of agree. I might turn out, to be wrong, and you guys can, laugh in my face if I am, but I do actually think that Breath of the Wild 2, and I'm actually cautiously optimistic about it because I hope it will fix a lot of my issues with the first game. Unlike you, that I completely abandoned any hope, right? But
I'm completely cynical.
Yeah,
I think it's good. I think it's gonna be even worse than you expect, where it's literally like almost the same game with a few new things.
I'll try to remain cautiously optimistic. If it bites, comes back and bites me in the ass, then okay. I wouldn't it doesn't bother me anymore. But my prediction is that it will not sell as well as the first game at all. I do not think it will surpass the first game in sales.
Do we want to do a $2 bet on how do I want to phrase it? I want to say how much lesser it will sell, but that's completely grammatically wrong. Like the percent to which the sales are. How the hell did I grammatically put this together? Do you think it'll sell like 50% less, 70% less, of like that? That's what I'm trying to say. What percentage do you like? Do you want to make a $2 bet? Or do we lose?
Percentage is unlikely.
Huh?
However, I wouldn't. I think 50. I think 50% is unlikely.
Okay, I think the numbers will be about 50% less. So if it sold I think it sold, was it 14 million copies? I think it'll sell maybe 7 million.
I think I'll predict 9, maybe around 9, maybe 8.
I actually thought you were going to be more generous than 50% less sales.
No, I don't think it will do that well, and that's.
We'll both be wrong, and it sells like twice as much as the original.
Yeah, that's what I said. So that's what I said.
It's like the biggest thing ever.
If I turn out to be wrong, feel free to come back to me sometime next year and laugh in my face. I don't know. I think a lot of people, like you said, they jumped on Breath of the Wild. It was fun for them, and then they kind of left it, and they, that was their Zelda experience, and they're kind of done. And I only think the people that really like the game, they will buy the second one. And also another reason is because we're 3 years now into the Switch life cycle.
They delay it for the next console.
Yeah. That if that happens, then yeah, I do think it will sell shitloads. But if it does come out on the Switch, and we don't know how long the life cycle of the Switch is going to be, right? But 3 years is I don't think it will come out this year. I'll think it will come out next year around this time. So 4 years after the Switch came out.
Yeah, WorldForge mentioned that Majora's Mask was like that, and that's the best Zelda game. I agree that sales numbers do not necessarily reflect the actual quality of a game. Case in point, Breath of the Wild has sold more than any other Zelda game. I think it's near the bottom of the list. I don't think it quite deserved 14 million sales, but I'm just saying that considering how successful Breath of the Wild is, the percentage of drop-off for its sequel might speak some truth as to the original game. I'm not sure if I'm wording that right. Like, if 14 million people bought Breath of the Wild and they all were like, oh, this is the best game ever made, I love it so much, it's the best thing ever, then logically the sequel should sell at least that much. And if it doesn't even sell half, then most of those sales were probably just people who just casually picked it up and were like, whatever, and they moved on with their life and they didn't care to get the sequel. Or the marketing is just that terrible and they don't even know it exists.
I honestly, the marketing is terrible.
For the sequel?
Yeah, it's been terrible. Like, I don't know how far along the game is, but Nintendo at the moment, they're I don't know what they're thinking about the market. It seems like to me that Nintendo is pushing a new marketing strategy where a few months before a game come out, they really go hard on the marketing. but they don't say anything.
I mean, they
before
did that with the first Breath of the Wild too. There was almost no information on it until like
Yeah,
the E3 right before it came out.
But even then, like at least Breath of the Wild had like 3 trailers, some showcases at the Game Awards. It had some stuff going.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a second trailer at E3. Well, I don't even know if E3 is going to happen this year.
So
Coronavirus kills the sequel. Coronavirus did one good thing in the world. It killed the sequel.
Breath of the Wild had a very, very long development time, but at least it had the teaser, and then it had the first trailer that revealed. No, it had the showcase at the Game Awards after the teaser, and then it had the first trailer, and then it had the Life in the Ruins trailer, and then it had the story trailer. So it did actually have quite a few stuff going on.
All right, well, I don't know. I mean, I feel like just the sequel hasn't been around long enough for there to be really any significant marketing, but...
I mean, for a direct sequel using the same engine, and we're sort of initial teaser.
I see where you're coming from.
Like, I understand Breath of the Wild took forever because they built a new engine from the ground up, and it like that's the best thing about Breath of the Wild is the engine, because the engine is really good in terms of physics and everything. It's the very good.
Wow, your mic is going full robot.
Rob, is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Yeah. So I understand Breath of the Wild. The first game took forever to make because the engine is, probably took like 60% of the development time, if not more, and it shows because the engine is good. And what I said is like I would say that's my favorite thing about Breath of the Wild is the engine is really good in terms of physics and everything. Even though it does have some issues, it's a very good engine. But Breath of the Wild
maybe
2
they'll get rid of the fog in the sequel, even though there was tons of fog in the one trailer they showed. Maybe they'll get rid of it.
That's why it'll be all underground, because they don't have to render so
much, It'll all be underground because then they don't have to worry about the fog.
That's the 5-head maneuver.
I like the concept of a Zelda game that takes place entirely underground. Kind of like that one Neverwinter Nights sequel that takes place entirely in the Underdark.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll do a good job with it if that's what they actually do, but I'm a broken record at that point.
I just think that the thing is that I know this is something Nintendo does, because look at Animal Crossing that it releases this month. They've been going super hard on the marketing because it releases soon. They did the same thing with Fire Emblem Three Houses. We didn't hear anything almost at all, and then suddenly they go super hard on the marketing like 2 months before the release of the game. So it seems to be a trend, and I don't think we'll probably get another trailer for Breath of the Wild 2, and then we won't hear anything about it until like 2 months, a month before it releases, and they'll go super hard, and that's all we'll see. Breath of the Wild 2, Breath of the Wild 2.
The poor Metroid Prime 4 will just get shoved off even more. Poor Metroid Prime 4.
Honestly, after hearing what's going on over at the studio, I'm not optimistic about Metroid Prime 4 at all.
I mean, I never really liked the 3 Metroid Prime games to begin with, so I love the 2D Metroids, but I never liked the 3D ones at all, so I don't care if it dies.
Wow, that's harsh.
I know, because to me, I don't know. I only like the 2D ones. I mean, honestly, Metroid probably died with Other M. I use the word death loosely, of course.
I think, if anything, if Fire Emblem Three Houses is any indication, they should just hand off the IP to a different studio because it worked out for them.
Nintendo's been trying that. They've even done it with Zelda. They did it with Star Fox to hilariously bad results.
I blame Miyamoto.
I wasn't even talking about Zero. I'm talking about Starlink.
I've not played Starlink, but I heard it's like really good.
No, the game itself seems fine, but like no one bought it. Like all of the Arwing toys are just there's just massive piles of them on on store shelves at like huge discounted prices. No one's buying the R-Wings.
Well, that's a shame.
I do not know why Star Fox in particular cannot be separated from stupid gimmicks. I don't know why. It's like the curse of that series. It's always connected to some retarded gimmick that has no business being there.
I think it's so funny though, because you're complaining about how you feel Zelda has become increasingly more anime and shit, right?
Yeah.
And that was the major complaint that the Fire Emblem fanbase had, and then Free House had happened, and no one had faith in it. I can tell you that no one. There were so many people that thought that shit was gonna be so bad. Yeah, like I'm not like the entire. Obviously, there were people that were excited. I was actually excited for it, but I know most people are like, "Oh my god, this is gonna suck so much, it's so trash."
Most people I've talked to really like the Three Houses. Most people seem to like it, even people that hated a lot of the last. Yeah, I know someone else who's like you, who's a really huge Fire Emblem fan, and he's just been like, the series has been dead for like 5 years now, but he's like, no, Three Houses is like the best thing ever. He loves the game.
It's really odd. It's like and I do believe that handing off the IP to a different developer was a good idea. I did not expect that fucking Koei Tecmo,
the people behind Hyrule Warriors,
would make an actually good Fire Emblem game. That makes no sense to me. And that, like, I guess that's why I said the other day in the Discord that I guess they can make good games if they really want to. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not hating on Dynasty Warriors. It's junk food game. It's a junk food franchise that can be really entertaining if you like hack and slash games. It's just I did not expect anything close to compelling narrative and characters from that company ever.
Some of the most interesting things in media has come from the weirdest of places. I mean, look at Heath Ledger. Everyone was like, "Oh, that's gonna be the most retarded Joker ever," and now we can't escape his freaking performance.
We live in a society.
So sometimes something good can come from the place you least expect it, I guess. So
that's why
I don't know. Does that mean Nintendo should give Zelda to Devolver Digital Homicide? I don't know why I mixed those two.
Oh yeah.
Nintendo and Zelda to Digital Homicide, and they accidentally make the best Zelda game ever.
That's why I told you, like, after what happened to Free Houses, like, let's say they hand over the Zelda IP to them, and they're like, yeah, make a serious game, make an actual game, right? Not some spin-off. I would be like, this might be good, because they actually completely surprised me. Because when I heard that they were co-developing First, they told us they were co-developing Free Houses, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh no.
Here we go. And then it turns out to be pretty good. And I'm like, what is this? And then we hear, later that Intelligence System barely had anything to do with the game, and I'm like, what? What? It makes no sense. So that's why, like, if they said, yeah, we're doing a Zelda game, I'd be like, this might actually be really good. For some reason, I'm...
Oh yeah, as Adam pointed out, Star Trek Beyond, that movie was surprisingly okay from the Fast and Furious guy. I went into that movie, like, because I fucking hated Star Trek Into Darkness. I thought it was really bad, and then the third one came out, and I'm like, well, it's by the Fast and Furious guy, this is gonna suck. And it was the best of the 3 reboot movies. It actually, I don't know, it actually had a few nice little bits in it.
But it's the same thing. I thought the Castlevania animated series would suck ass, but it's awesome.
Yeah. Or actually, no, another example is the Wonder Woman movie. I was expecting that to be an epic disaster after all the shit that preceded it, and I'm like, oh, this is actually an okay movie. Huh. From, like, one of the weirdest DC characters ever, a fucking Greek Amazon. who has like a freaking lasso that makes people tell the truth, and I'm like, this is the movie that doesn't suck? What? So,
No, but
yeah, sometimes the best things can come from the weirdest places.
Like, I as much as I don't like parallel universes and shit and dimensional bullshit, it wouldn't actually at this point it would not surprise me if that, you know, Devil May Cry Castlevania crossover thing that they're doing apparently
The bootleg
Yeah,
cinematic universe. I forgot about that.
is gonna be like kind of cool. It would not surprise me at this point because when I heard about the Castlevania animated series and who was behind it, I was like, oh my god, we're really screwed. And it was really good. And I was
Yeah.
completely wrong. So there you go.
I mean, I thought the Castlevania anime was okay. It was an anime, and I managed to get through the whole thing. So that's like the most praise you'll ever hear me give to an anime. I got through the whole thing without shutting it off in the middle of it. So,
I mean, I guess that's a compliment coming from you. I guess.
that's a compliment coming from me. That's like the nicest thing you'll ever hear me say about an anime. Is well, I didn't turn it off and I got through it.
But I'm the thing that catches me off guard with Breath of the Wild 2 though is the tone they chose for the teaser. I'm really curious to see what they're gonna do with it because the thing is, say what you want
already
with
know.
Nintendo.
You already know.
Yeah, but the thing is this is true, okay? Like Nintendo is super deliberate in how they want their IPs to be represented. They're not Disney levels, but they're very deliberate, right? Like
Yeah.
the first Breath of the Wild trailer and teaser we got was pretty much like the game we got. It's only the story trailer that kind of hyped things up out of proportion. But the first initial trailers, they were very similar to the final game in terms of tone. And I just think it's really weird that they have this fucked up imagery in the teaser. Like that's the first thing they show us. And so that's why I'm kind of curious to see where they're going. Obviously, it might.
Considering Anima is backstepped after that trailer, and he's like, no, it's not anything like Majora's Mask. Then I doubt it is gonna be. You already know my opinion. I think just Ganondorf is gonna be ooga booga spooky, and the rest of the game won't be anything like that at all. It'll just be him.
Okay, here's the thing, right? But you gotta be honest about it. I'm gonna trust you on this, but I'll do a funny thing, okay?
Okay.
But then you have to try to be objective, okay? Is
that even possible?
Okay, let's say by some chance you don't need to play the game, but the impression that you get from the sequel is that it's actually pretty okay. I'll give you $10 if you can admit that. If it turns out to be true, if it's not true, okay, whatever. But if it turns out, I'll actually give you. If you can admit that it's pretty okay. If it turns out to be actually, I'll give you $10.
Tempted to raise it to $20.
Ooh, spicy.
25 so I can get a tank of gas.
But then by that point you're just gonna say, yeah, it was pretty okay.
That's true. I could just say that to get the money. So now the whole experiment is already is corrupted.
Yeah, by speaking about it, we.
I don't think I'll ever be able to look at it objectively as long as her voice is shit, though. I don't think I can ever get past that. I know that sounds really dramatic of me to say, but I don't think I can stress just how terrible I think that voice is for that character. It really like physically hurts me.
The thing is, again, like,
I've already joked, half joked that if they completely replace the voice actress, I probably would try the game. So
yeah,
I
mean,
really think that's a barrier for me. Is what they did to her. I know that's dramatic, but whatever.
No, I'm honestly even thinking I'm just intrigued because I know Nintendo has always been super deliberate in how when they first reveal a game. And usually it's very true to the final product in terms of tone, right? I'm not talking about gameplay. I'm talking about tone and all that. And the teaser for Breath of the Wild is it's pretty fucked up. There's some weird shit going on in there, and I just think it's really weird. Like if that was the second thing they showed us, and then they would have like a very standard like Breath of the Wild-esque trailer, like wow, sequel, right?
I
And
guess
then they
we'll
show
have to wait for the next trailer then.
Yeah, like if the trailer still has the fucked up imagery in there, I'll be like, wow.
No, I would laugh if the next trailer they show is just all like it's nothing like the first trailer. It's just like all adventurous and like, you know what? Like more I guess like the first one. It's just like grand adventure, yeah.
Like if you go back and but if you go back and watch like most of the first announcements for Zelda games in terms with gameplay trailers, they're all very very adventurous and stuff like that. Even
not the Majora's Mask one.
Exactly, not the Majora's Mask one, and that's why I think it's odd that they chose that. But again, we'll see. I'll come back to you with the proposition.
Not the Twilight Princess one either. So, I mean, the Twilight Princess one wasn't like, you know, freaking weird, bizarre people looking at the moon coming crashing into the earth, but that wasn't. I don't know. The trailers for Twilight Princess were they're very much like Lord of the Rings, like oh, look at the scale of everything, like you know what I'm saying, like
yeah.
And then Skyward Sword was just like, what the fuck? The trailers for Skyward Sword were so half-assed, and the game felt half-assed. So I don't know. Maybe you're right.
I don't know. I just think...
maybe Breath of the Wild 2 will be like freaking, you know, horror game. I don't know. I have my doubts because Anima's already backtracked on the trailer. Like I think it was you that found the interview. They interviewed him after the trailer, and people are like, "Oh, is this game gonna be dark?" He's like, "Oh, no, don't get the wrong impression from the trailer."
His backtracked. He said the game will be darker.
Oh, so he's backtracked on his backtracking?
Yeah,
I haven't seen that. So
let me see if I can.
I know
find
he's not the most reliable person to like listen to in interviews, but I don't know.
Because he. Yeah, okay, so in a recent interview with IGN, series producer AJ Onuma confirmed the sequel will be a little darker than the 2017 original. He also said the sequel's dev team is taking inspiration from Red Dead Redemption 2.
Whoa, Epona will have growing and shrinking horse balls.
I'm like, okay.
Also, I guess Epona's a dude now. I don't know. I guess he backtracked on his backtracking then.
Yeah. Basically, I think that the statement that people think about is that he said the new Breath of the Wild or the sequel to it is not necessarily going to be related to Majora's Mask or inspired by it. What we showed you currently is a little darker.
Okay, that might be what I'm remembering.
So yeah. I actually haven't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's from an interview or like an actual, if it's just from a written article or an actual interview. Because if it's an interview, I can go back and listen to his the way he talks about it in Japanese and see if I can interpret some out of that.
I think it was a written interview. I don't remember seeing footage.
Yeah, then I'm screwed.
But
to be fair though, I remember. I don't remember if it was in Famitsu or where it was from, but it was at least an article about it in a Japanese magazine talking about that it was going to be slightly. I didn't think they even used dark, like not the translation of dark. It was more eerie. I think he said something like that.
I mean, a lot of Zelda games have weird, eerie atmospheres, so I guess that would be normal.
Yeah. I'll guess we'll see. I agree with you. Let's wait for the second trailer.
We'll wait for E3 this year, assuming it's not canceled from China. So.
Oh yeah, Adam pointed out. Remember when they said Breath of the Wild would be open world, and Miyamoto said, "Not really." And then the game came out.
Yeah, like I said, Anima, although he used Miyamoto as an example, Anima's not exactly the most reliable source of information. So I have heard both Miyamoto and Anima say completely contradictory things that they said earlier. Like, and then again, I don't know how much of it is just really bad translation, or if they're both like just weird senile men.
I yeah, I don't think
I've seen an interview where Miyamoto said the Kokiri symbol on the Deku Shield is the family crest of Link. So, yeah.
which is yeah.
Yeah, it's not. Link is only ever used in an Ocarina of Time, and it appears on things completely unrelated to him in other games. So,
Miyamoto is a goblin.
Miyamoto, yeah, he is a goblin. He comes in and he tinkers with the machine. He's like a spirit that just sneaks in and alters.
I triggered so many people by saying that I don't think Miyamoto is a very good game designer. He used to be at some point. He is not one now.
The problem, I think I've actually talked about this before on another stream, is we actually have no idea how responsible he actually is for the things he's gotten credit for. Because he's just always given, the director credit. All the magazines and media, they're like, oh, he's got the director credit, so he's the most responsible. And then all the fans are like, yeah, he's the guy who made Zelda and Mario. Like, we have no idea how responsible he actually is, and we never will. So it's entirely possible a lot of the things he's gotten credit for, he actually was not responsible for. Maybe he was. No one knows for certain.
I mean, I know for a fact that he has tremendous influence within the company. He doesn't even have to say anything, and people are like still kind of.
So he's like a ghost that haunts game development.
Like that, and it makes sense, due to the business culture in Japan, but also just because of the significance he has within the company. He's an icon. So you can imagine.
Yeah.
Can you imagine though being like a young developer working at a Zelda project and knowing that Miyamoto can drop by any time you just take a look at what you're doing?
Oh my god.
Yeah, right.
Paranoid. Like
Yeah,
always
exactly.
overlooking my shoulder, like waiting to see his like smiling face in the corridor, like slowly approaching. Like, oh no, here he comes to change everything I've done.
Yeah, you're just sitting there working on something, and he just, pops
Like
up
6
behind
months
you.
of my work out the window.
Yeah, and it's like, and you're like, oh
He
my
just
god.
like comes up to the computer, he stares at it, and he's just like, why don't you make everything look like chalk now? And he just walks away and leaves it at that.
Oh my god, and you feel like if you don't do it, there are gonna be consequences. I think that's a lot of obviously they've shut down his ideas, and he's mentioned that before, but I do believe, because we have other statements, that if he really wants something, I don't think anyone is gonna say no. Like, if he can have a stupid idea and people are like, yeah, let's not do that, and then he laughs, and he's like, yeah, okay, right? But if there's something he really wants, and he's really fighting to get it in, I don't think anyone at the company, any developer at least, is going to say no.
Yeah.
At all. Like, and that's not just because of him as a person, but because how Japanese, corporate culture, just how the business culture is around that. If a senior like him comes in and is like, I want it to be this, I think it would be the best, that's the best way forward. I don't think anyone would say no.
That is not the American way at all.
The
American way would be like, dude, you're derailing the train. You're gonna turn it into a sinking ship. And then he fires you and does it anyway. That's the American way.
But under the assumption that Miyamoto is, has still been an active game designer in those projects he's worked on, which I assume he has. To a certain degree, I don't think he's a good game designer at all, and I think he's completely out of touch with reality, with the current reality, and still lives in the fucking 80s, 90s.
I mean, depending on how much truth there is behind his involvement with Star Fox Zero, I think that is like the platonic form of of Miyamoto-ness is how the fucking control scheme in that game turned out.
Yeah,
That was like such an unnecessary thing he tried to shove into the game, and it probably destroyed the entire franchise.
You wanna hear something sad?
The thing is, again, we don't know how involved he actually was with that game, so... What?
You wanna hear something sad about Star Fox Zero?
Sure.
So a friend of mine works at a comic book store-ish thing.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do the whole uncle works at Nintendo thing.
No. So basically, he works comic book comic book game shop, right? And he told me like around the time Star Fox Zero came out, they got a shit ton of those baseball caps, official baseball caps with Star Fox Zero on it, right?
Yeah.
Like really cool merchandise, and they got a bunch of it. For they thought, oh, a new Star Fox game is gonna come out. People are probably gonna buy it. They're excited and stuff. So they got a bunch of them. They're still in the store.
Not a single one.
They're 50% off.
Wow.
They're still in the store.
And it's been like almost 5 years now.
Yes, they've not sold.
Wow. I mean, the actual game didn't even sell 500,000 units. It was one of the weirdest moments of honesty Nintendo has openly stated. It was a financial disaster. So
the thing is, in a decade, that game is gonna be so rare.
Yeah, it'll like invert on itself. It'll be like worth a lot of money in 10 years.
I'm actually happy I got it because I know it will be worth quite a bit of money probably.
I revisited it like 2 or 3 months ago because it had been a while, and honestly, it's not that shitty of a game.
It's really, really bad.
It just the controls are just retarded and has terrible voiceovers, which seems to be a running theme with Nintendo stuff lately. The voiceovers.
Not Fire Emblem, haha.
But in the same manner of Hyrule Warriors, Star Fox Zero visually looks better than it should. Graphically, it looks better than Breath of the Wild.
I think it looks like shit.
I mean, it does, but this is Nintendo we're talking about, so the bar is really low.
I think it looks worse than Breath of the Wild. By a large margin.
I think you and I have finally hit something we have to completely disagree on. I think even Adam agrees with me here that Star Fox Zero looks way better than Breath of the Wild.
I'll find
he'll correct me if I'm wrong because he's in the chat, I think. Adam, what looks better, Star Fox Zero or Breath of the Wild? Which one looks better in terms of graphical fidelity? He'll be the arbiter. And yeah, we'll probably end the stream after he answers this. This has been going on way too long. I think it's a good point to end after this.
Yeah, let me find some screenshots of this.
See, okay, Adam says Star Fox Zero's fidelity is better, but it's just not very interesting. Breath of the Wild is just an eyesore, in my opinion. Okay, I think I can agree with that.
The thing is, I do think that Breath of the Wild is stylized, so it kind of hides a lot of the stuff. Pretty well.
I think that's why it looks the way it does. Is because they're trying to cover up the fact that the hardware sucks.
But here's the thing: in Star Fox, it looks like they took the textures from that fucking disgusting grass from Hyrule Wars and just copy pasted the texture all over the level, and they have the same tree model. They just rotated around and they just put a few of them. So you have this barren green landscape.
The thing is, I'm agreeing with everything you're saying, and I'm saying that still looks better than Breath of the Wild.
Here's the thing. I was really disappointed in this game, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. I really don't like it.
All right. Well,
I was so hyped about the Star Fox revival, and then this shit is what we get.
The year of Star Fox. I remember it.
And they probably killed Star Fox forever now. Jesus.
Let's see. SF0 looks better than Smash Ultimate. I might have to disagree with that. I think Smash Ultimate probably looks better than Zero. In terms of graphical fidelity, there's things in Smash Ultimate that do bother me, like the animation, but that's not necessarily related to graphics. And also, it's a fighting game. Generally, fighting games have really jerky animations because of the nature of the game. I would say the graphical fidelity of Smash Ultimate is better than both Breath of the Wild and Star Fox Zero. Oddly enough, it was actually Adam that point. Oh yeah, Adam even mentioned it in the comments. The new Luigi's Mansion looks better than, like, visually looks better than any Nintendo game ever.
Oh yeah, it's true. It looks really
Luigi's
good.
Mansion 3 visually looks so good. It's such a weird game to have.
I remember I came home right from work and my girlfriend, and I was like, "What the fuck? It looks so good." And she's like, "Why?"
Yeah, he pointed that out to me like a while ago, and I'm like, how does Luigi's Mansion 3, how does this game look better than fucking Zelda? Like, it's a cartoony game about a cowardly plumber who vacuums up ghosts with a vacuum cleaner. How does this look visually better than Zelda? I don't know, it's weird.
I think that there's two reasons though, and they are important to take into consideration. One, it was made with the Wii U in mind. Obviously, the Switch version is slightly better, but it's still a Wii U game.
Okay.
Ported to the Switch. And the other reason is, while you can always compare graphical fidelity, you can't compare, for example, Luigi's Mansion. The game is not rendering a lot of stuff at the same time, which allows it to have. Breath of the Wild renders a shit ton of stuff.
Well, it wants to render a shit ton of stuff, but it doesn't.
There's a lot of pop-in, right?
Yeah.
All the terrain is there in real time and it's being rendered, and you know that because sometimes you have frame drops whenever you turn quickly during certain circumstances. If you turn the camera too fast, you will have a frame rate drop, and that's because the game is struggling to render everything.
Yeah.
So I think that's a big reason why. If they wanted a game that big and making it as good as Luigi's Mansion is, it would fry the console.
Yeah, probably.
Because I like the Nintendo Switch, but it's a piece of shit. It's not very powerful because it's also a handheld, and so I even if they wanted to make Breath of the Wild look better, I don't think they can with that hardware.
Well, maybe when their next console comes out. But I think this is a good place to wrap everything up.
Yeah, we went completely off topic. I actually just dismissed everything the last hour. That was just a casual chat. Last hour had nothing to do with the stream. It's just
Hopefully you guys enjoyed the last hour, despite the fact that I don't even remember everything we talked about for the last hour. That definitely was our longest stream, though. I think we're at 4.5 hours now. It's probably too long. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I'm starving now, even though I ate right before we started.
Yeah, I'm hungry too, so I'm gonna. It's like 5 in the morning here.
Yeah, I should let you go to sleep, and I should probably go back to fixing some fairy bugs. I actually need to put together the video with the Labyrinth fairy heroes.
Yeah.
I'll try and do that either tomorrow or Monday. Is today's? I don't even know what today is. I think today's Saturday.
The Sunday here is the Saturday
there. It's not... So sometime in the next 2 to 3 days.
Quick before we wrap it up.
Alrighty.
Want to do? Let's say, because I don't have like a particular topic at the top of my head. We could discuss for another Lorecast, or should we take the next week? Not the one next week, but one in 2 weeks maybe. If we find a good one.
Yeah, if I think of something really interesting before next week, we'll do it next week. But I'm fine taking a week off. I think we more than made up for it. Like the last 2 weeks, we've never been able to finish, and now we actually finished what we're talking about. We ended up wandering off into I don't even know what for like 2 hours.
Oh well, so, that's kind of just.
I'm fine not doing it next weekend and doing it the weekend after, unless I think of something interesting to talk about this week.
Yeah, as long as
might happen.
As long as we do it again, if we do it on, it doesn't need to be because we did it a bit later today. But if we do it around that time, we've been doing it the past few, weeks on a Saturday. That's then I know I can do it pretty much every week unless something comes up.
Yeah, we tried to start it earlier today, but YouTube was being a bitch.
Yeah.
Although we've gone on what 4 hours and 37 minutes without it dying, so that's a new record.
Oh yeah, I agree, Adam. We need to do the Hero of Time podcast. That movie is.
I know. I would keep saying we're gonna do it, and we don't. We'll do it someday. Honestly, I feel bad kind of laughing at that movie.
No.
You're listening. No. I'm like, okay.
No. The funny thing, here's the thing. I know where you're coming from, but I have a feeling that the creators, wherever they are now, they look back on it and they're probably.
Well, that's the thing
well.
is even as a fan project, there's so many things in it that are like they're it's like bad even for like a fan thing. Like the best example is the Sharpie Triforce. Like how the hell, like
or
just print out freaking golden triangles and like glue it. That'll look better than a Sharpie.
It's not even that. It's just the fact that Link has makeup in one scene, and then the next he doesn't have makeup, and then he has suddenly has a new wig. Then he has a new wig, and then he has, and in a few scenes later, and now he has a wig again, but it's not the same wig.
I'm a Goron. Anyway, I guess we'll end it there. I hope all of you guys that are left. We actually still have quite a few people. I mean, not as big as it was earlier. We still have 19 people listening. I don't even know why all you guys are still listening to our babble, but I hope you guys enjoyed it all.
Yeah, and we'll see you probably in 2 weeks unless.
Yeah, probably 2 weeks. We might do this again next Saturday, but maybe not. We'll see. Sometime on a Saturday. All right, see you guys.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in.
Kya!
Yeah.